All right, good morning. It's 9:30 and this hearing session is now open. Can I just check before I go any further that everyone can hear me at least, including at the back? Thank you. So this hearing session forms part of the examination of the South Worcestershire Development Plan Review. This is day 5 of our hearings. I'm Elaine Worthington and this is Philip Lewis. We are the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this examination. The programme officer is Ian Kemp. He's your first point of contact if you need any sort of assistance during the sessions. The format of the hearing is a structured and focused discussion that we will lead based on our matters, issues and questions which have been published. We will normally start a particular topic by asking for responses. We have responses to questions that we have before indicating that we wish for others to comment. As was the case last week, we're trying to be moving on for our matters, issues and questions to focus on areas where we have remaining questions or matters to explore. If you wish to speak, please indicate this by putting your nameplate on its side or end. In speaking during the hearing, we request that you are concise and specific. In particular, if you wish to highlight certain parts of your statement or other documents that form part of the examination, it's helpful for us if you can provide references and page numbers, paragraphs, so that we can make a note. Please don't make general statements and stick to the matter being discussed. Some questions have already been answered in statements, so there will be no need to have any discussion of those, but we'll indicate that as and when is the case. So just to start with, can the council just run us through those points of housekeeping, including the best use of microphones?
Yes, thank you. Welcome to today's meeting. This is a public meeting and members of the public and press are permitted to report on the proceedings. Reporting includes filming, photography, making an audio recording and providing commentary on proceedings. Please note this meeting is recorded and streamed live. These recordings are published on YouTube on the channel at SWDPR. By choosing to attend this public meeting, you are deemed to have given your consent to being filmed or recorded and for any footage to be broadcasted or published. If the alarm sounds, the premises must be evacuated immediately. The lift cannot be used and do not spend time collecting personal belongings. All emergency escape routes are clearly signed and please make your way down the main central staircase. There is another escape route on the north side of the building if needed. Once you've left the building, the assembly point is in the High Street opposite the Guildhall. I'd like to remind speakers using the microphones to turn them off or turn them on and off when speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. So the acoustics have been a bit tricky, but we're working with them. So if we can keep that door shut, that helps. And if people can stay in their seats as much as possible until the breaks and avoid sort of walking around, that helps as well. We will aim for a short mid-morning break, a lunch break, and then a short afternoon break as well. We will also aim to not finish before 5 p.m. on any day, other than exceptionally, and with the agreement of participants. Any questions before we move on to the relevant matter? Okay. So today we'll continue with matter 9, which is the strategic housing allocations, and in particular the Throckmorton new settlement. Council, can I ask you to introduce your team?
Yes, good morning, Madam. Thank you. My name is Miss Suzanne Ormsby. I'm King's Counsel, and I'm here representing the 3 authorities promoting this plan. To my immediate right, I have Mr. Ian MacLeod, who is Director of Planning and Infrastructure at Wychhaven and Malvern Hills. To his right, we have Mr. Doug Lee, who is Head of Development Planning at Wychhaven and Malvern Hills. To his right, we have Emily Barker, who is Head of Planning and Transport Planning at Worcestershire County Council. And to her right, we have Mr. Andrew Ford, who is Principal Planning Officer at Wychhaven and Malvern Hills.
Slight order rejig.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't. Sorry, that's my fault. I thought
Emily's
sorry.
changed overnight.
Yeah, right. Sorry. Yeah, Emily was sat there listening. My apologies, but hopefully that was clear.
Thank you. So I'll continue that way around the room. If you could just say your name and who you're representing, please.
Good morning, Rebecca Palmer, Senior Planning Manager at St Modwyn Developments, leading on Worcestershire Parkway on behalf of Merton College.
Good morning, Charlie Banner, KC, also for St Modwyn Developments on Worcestershire Parkway.
Morning, Andrea Kaplan from Savills on behalf of Rainier Developments.
Good morning, Mark Rose from Define Planning and Design on behalf of William Davis Limited.
Good morning, James Bonner from Turley on behalf of Bellway.
Kevin Foreman on behalf of Harris Strategic Land.
Good morning, John Pearce from Harris Land on behalf of Law Homes and Vistry Group.
Peter King, Chairman, CPRE Worcestershire, and I have with me Gerald Kells, who's our consultant.
Okay, Carl Scholes, Pierce Planning, representing Marlborough Optical.
Mary Rymel, owner of Throckmorton Court Farm.
John Tarpley, as resident of Pinvin.
Liz Tucker, District Councillor for the area.
Charles Tucker, District Councillor in Pershore and also Parish Councillor for Throckmorton. Morning, Jack Smythe, SMYTH, barrister instructed by the 4 parish councils. And to my right is Graham Bucock.
Thank you. Right, so I think if we start with a discussion about the overall principles covered by questions 112 and 113 of our MIQs, just to get things started, really. So the Throckmorton Strategic Growth Area is identified in the plan as a sustainable community, initially of 2,000 dwellings with 3,000 beyond the plan period, a total of 5,000 homes and 60 hectares of employment land. Can the council just outline, to start us off, the origins of the proposed settlement, the background to it, including how the extent was defined, please?
Thank you, Mum. So the site has a long history, but importantly has never actually been allocated within a plan previously. So obviously this, in terms of what we're looking at today, is the first time that the site, subject to the outcome of this inquiry, obviously would be actually formally allocated for development. So whilst there's been talk of proposals share in the past, there's never been a formal allocation to support that process. So in terms of its sustainability, the SA assessment showed this to be a good location for development. It performed well in terms of the SA. Obviously, the majority of the site is brownfield. It's in close proximity to Pershore Railway Station, and obviously the range of facilities which Pershore would provide. And we feel that the SA has provided a robust assessment process and has confirmed that Throckmorton is a developable site. So we don't have reliance on Throckmorton within our 5-year housing land supply. We recognise it will take time to bring the site forward for development, but we believe in terms of the key tests that it is developable. There's nothing fundamentally to stop the site coming forward. So we've then obviously set out our policy approach, which is consistent with the other strategic sites. It talks about preparing an SPD and master plan for the development. We've had positive engagement with the various landowners, and I should say that we've submitted, I'm sure it's been published yet on the exam website, but we did submit last night confirmation from the landowners, statement of common ground with them, which are the principal landowners, and a separate letter from Pinnacle, who are the owners of the airfield site itself. Again, all the principal landowners are very supportive of the development. Separate letter, I should say, as well, from Worcestershire County Council as well, supporting the land ownership and that bringing their land forward. So the principal landowners are all on board in terms of bringing the site forward. We've set our approach to infrastructure and obviously a number of constraints within the site. There's a number of archaeological constraints which need to be looked at, further work done to understand the archaeological issues there. Again, this is fairly standard in terms of bringing forward a development of this scale. We've looked at the transport modelling and other sort of site-specific issues, as you would expect. So we've set out what we feel is a comprehensive policy approach to bring the site forward.
And then obviously the next stage would be to continue to work with the landowners now over the coming years as we get the site ready for development. In terms of our trajectory, is looking at obviously bringing it forward from year 7 of the plan.
Okay, thank you. So the extra documents that you touched on there, so I believe they have been received. We haven't had chance to look at them, and nobody else in the room. They will be published in due course. So I think what we'll do is when we get to the relevant part on the agenda, I'll ask you you'll have to explain those to everybody if that's all right. Yeah.
That's absolutely fine, Mark. They're fairly straightforward in their contents, so it's not a problem.
Okay, so I'm going to open up the discussion then, just on the generalities really of question. I mean, we don't have to use the questions if they're not that helpful, but it's the first 2 questions on the agenda. Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Madam. I'd like to consider the question of whether the plan has been, whether this strategic growth area has been decided on a robust basis, as I did yesterday, but I won't repeat myself from what I did say yesterday entirely anyway. Clearly, I believe that this strategic growth area has not been prepared on a robust basis for a number of reasons. First, I'll mention the impact on Pershore, which I don't believe has been considered in any way at all. As I said yesterday, this town, when developed, would be of the same size as Pershore and will have a profound effect, profound impact on that gem town which was developed, which was identified by the Council of British Archaeology in 1964. It will be the same size as Pershore, and it will take more than 20 years before it is a self-contained community. And during that period of the development, the impact on Pershore, anybody living there and that community will rely primarily on Pershore, and there is a significant question mark over whether the facilities within Pershore will either be in existence to meet the demands of the new town, or can be made or will be made adequate in that period. The traffic impacts particularly have to be assessed yet, and it is not. I think it is clear from local knowledge that the traffic impact will be substantial coming down onto Station Road, particularly, which already receives a very large amount of traffic in peak periods and has significant tailbacks which last for several minutes. However, I believe that this plan and for this strategic growth area is really not ready to be put into the local plan. I don't think it is fit for purpose to go into the local plan because it has not really been prepared to the level of required to justify its position in the local plan. There are several examples of this. Basically, starting with the railway strategy, the expectation that modal shift will generate a substantial movement onto the railways to relieve the traffic in the local highway network, I think is far-fetched. All evidence suggests that only a minute fraction of the population in any location uses the railway because of the limited destinations which can be served from the railway station. So I don't believe that we will achieve a large transfer of population and individual movement onto the railway. As regards the viability, there are several gaps in the viability assessment. which I believe show that, again, illustrate that this plan is not ready to be put into a local plan. For a start, within the viability assessment prepared and presented within the documents, there is no reference whatsoever to the costs of sewerage infrastructure. I compare that with the viability assessment for Parkway, and the estimate in that case is that the costs of sewerage and stormwater and flooding infrastructure is likely to exceed £60 million. And yet there is nothing within the Throckmorton viability assessment to indicate any costs for sewerage and flood relief, which is a significant omission. Also, of course, there is the question of the contaminated land. And despite hoping that there would have been the costs of an indication of the costs of remediating the contaminated land on the west end of the site, the west side of the site, what everybody colloquially calls Mr. Bruce's land. There is no cost shown, and there is no evidence presented to the inquiry to reveal what the costs of that remediation will be, and therefore its impact on the viability, not just of development on that part of the site, but on the whole viability of the Throckmorton SGA. This is a significant omission in terms of the viability, but also I think it indicates a very substantial flaw in the logic for the SGA of relying on that land as a significant part of the phase 1 housing development. Not only is there the time required to do that, but once that land has theoretically been remediated, then one has to consider, I think, very, very significantly the commercial viability of that land, whatever about the technical and scientific adequacy of remediation. The commercial viability must be called in question because of the fact that basically, to put it colloquially, who would want to live on what had been contaminated land? And I do believe that commercially that land would be undevelopable. I think just to illustrate the lack of preparedness of this plan, and therefore its unreadiness to be put into the local plan, the SDP proposal has never been talked about within the months leading up to the preparation of the submission of the plan or the submission of and the inquiry. It only appeared in the very late proposals for amendments being put forward by the council in literally the last few days almost, and certainly since the 11th of February. And that it really is how it is really unfair to expect the local community to buy a pig in a poke and say, we will prepare an SPD which will show you how we are going to develop the site. That just isn't fair. And realistically, we ought to see this plan being withdrawn, this SGA plan being withdrawn from the local plan proposal, developed properly, deferred to the next local plan, which we know the councils are going to be expected to start to develop as soon as the current plan is adopted. And it should be this SGA at Throckmorton should be deferred to that plan and developed properly so that local people can see actually what is going to happen, not being asked to buy a pig in a poke. Thank you.
Thank you. So would the council like to respond on that? I suppose in particular the question about whether the site's ready to be an allocation in the plan.
Yes, thank you, Mom. It is ready. We've considered a number of these points in detail. Traffic modelling has obviously been prepared for Throckmorton, looking specifically at the traffic impacts, both on Pershore and the wider area. Traffic modelling comprehensively shows that the impacts of Throckmorton can be mitigated. There is obviously, as you would expect, an increase in traffic associated with this level of growth, but the mitigation measures that we've shown through the modelling it clearly enable and show that that can be dealt with. So there's certainly nothing there from a transport point of view that means that Throckmorton can't come forward. In terms of the rail-based strategy, rail is obviously a big positive for this site. It's with the connections that we're proposing to Pershore Station. Will provide a direct connection to the station for this development, which again, is a big plus in terms of reducing and encouraging modal shift. But it's not just a rail-based strategy. We've obviously got bus and mobility hubs being proposed as part of this development as well. So it's a comprehensive approach. The points on contaminated land, we've looked at this site in detail. We've got £37 million identified within the viability appraisal to deal with site-wide contamination. We've been instructed survey work to be done of the site in conjunction with the landowners. There is nothing on this site in terms of the main airfields itself and some of the key areas of development which go beyond what you would say is a typical brownfield site associated with an airfield use. So we've talked in there about dealing with the key constraints around archaeology, but otherwise from a brownfield land point of view, the main airfield is typical brownfield hotspots for remediation. So, and we've allowed a significant sum of money within the IDP to deal with that point. And we've also had very positive discussions with Severn Trent Water around sewerage and drainage. They've identified the site within their own investment plans, overview of Severn Trent Water's PR24 final determination is what they call it. That's a bit detailed, but there's been very positive discussions with Severn Trent about how we deal with sewerage and drainage issues arising from this site. And fundamentally, what I would say is the challenges with this site would be addressed by development. There's a lot of concern around contamination. We've had some illegal activities on the site. Actually bringing this site forward for development in a constructive way will allow those issues to be addressed and make an important contribution to our housing supply. So fundamentally, there is nothing stopping this site coming forward for development. It is developable and will make an important contribution to Wychavon and the council's housing needs going forward. There was just one specific point about which we did just want to pick up about existing uses and integration with existing uses. And we had that similar discussion yesterday on Worcestershire Parkway, and we felt there was probably a need for that to be reflected in the Throckmorton policy as well.
Yeah, so there is that question later on in the agenda, which again, I mean, there are a lot of points there that go well across the agenda. So lots of that is going to be coming back up again as we talk today. Can I just ask about the SPD point and the emergence of that? Can you just explain how it's got to there from the point of view of people?
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously at this point in time, we're looking at the site as a whole. The intention then would be to prepare more detailed planning guidance on it. So it's looking at the phasing of how the site could come forward, how the key access points will be provided, and that additional level of detail. So similar to the approach on Worcestershire Parkway, we feel the SPD will provide additional clarity on delivery, phasing, and site-wide infrastructure. So again, we feel that's a consistent approach which we want to take with the strategic sites, and I think we'll provide that additional level of detail which should help to address some of these concerns.
Okay, the next section of the agenda does discuss that matter as well, so that's another one we will be coming back to. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. As we've highlighted in our written representations and repeatedly in prior submissions, we've got two justifications which have always been maintained for the selection of Throckmorton as a strategic site. And indeed, Mr. MacLeod's remarks echoed this again earlier. One, that it's a brownfield site, and two, its proximity to Pershore Station. Both of these justifications, however, are seriously flawed. The first, because the well-documented problems with the land mean huge costs in remediating the brownfield element of the site, making it undesirable to house builders and meaning either that a major proportion of the residential development is actually not on brownfield but beyond onto greenfield land across from the airfield boundary, or the cost of remediation renders the development non-viable, which is reflected perhaps in the number of developers currently opposing Throckmorton. The second flaw is concerning the proximity to the station, because the once proposed twinning of the North Cotswold line and the major extensions to Pershore Station have been scrapped, no longer feature in the rail operators' long-term strategic plans or indeed in government funding plans. If both of the key justifications are flawed and unsound, how can the selection of Throckmorton as a strategic site be relied upon as sound?
Mum, 4 submissions from me in descending order of length. The parish councils are firmly of the view that the location hasn't been selected on a robust basis. This has been a relatively late addition to the draft plan. We say it's not been informed by the same depth of information that other allocations have, such as Worcestershire Parkway. As my colleague has mentioned, there are 2 key justifications for the site, brownfield and the proximity to Pershore Station. And on the latter, the proximity to the station has been allied with a strong aspiration to enhance and upgrade the station. So I think presently there are 17 spaces in the car park, and the plan was to expand that to 500 to accommodate 500 vehicles, and also build a new platform and also construct a pedestrian bridge over the track. Plainly, those features were intended to increase the number of train services from the station so that it will be more attractive and will be used by more people in the locality. We say that it's implicit in those plans that presently the station offers a very limited service. It's a single track railway line, and there is effectively 1 service per hour. And this provides very poor connectivity for a settlement of the proposed size, and therefore requires enhancement. The council now acknowledges that these benefits will not be brought about by the allocation. There's no evidence of any alternative means to bring about the enhancement. There's no financial commitment, no firm plans, no public pledges by government or any public body or the railways themselves to enhance the station. And so there's no sense that the enhancement of this station is a priority. And so I say that the enhancement of the station is speculative, and that you and your colleague can't be satisfied that the enhancements will come about anytime soon. Certainly, it would be unsafe for you and your colleague to proceed on the basis that that enhancement will be realised anytime during the plan period. And so, to conclude my first submission, local people do feel strongly, if I can use the expression, for having been sold a pup, because an important part of the environmental and social sustainability of the site was premised on enhancements to the station, which we now know will not be provided. And absent certainty about that, we say that the sustainability credentials of the site are tarnished, and that the justification for the site in ensuring it complies with national policy falls away. We say that the site is intrinsically unsustainable, as it will create, in essence, an isolated new settlement largely dependent on the private car. And this is the opposite of the thrust of national policy. And it's fanciful that the existing railway station will provide any meaningful modal shift. Second submission, Ma'am, we don't know the exact layout because all we've got is the existing concept plan. But on the basis of the concept plan, it's likely that the allocation will cause coalescence of existing villages. It's dealt with in the Parish Council's Brodie report of December 2019. To give you the reference, it's page 30 and 31. But if there's one principle of planning which is established more than any other, it's the importance of protecting and preserving the identity of settlements. And we say that it's inevitable that if the allocation remains, it will cause some coalescence and will harm the identity of the villages. It seems to me, in particular, Bishampton has a very stark, isolated character, and that by allowing the allocation, that character will be transformed. Third submission, Ma'am, the council, Mr. MacLeod, stated that all the principal landowners are on board. The parish councils don't dispute that, but would draw attention to the use of the adjective principal. The parish councils are aware of at least one landowner who's a farmer who owns land in the bottom left of the site nearer the railway station, who has adamantly refused to sell his land. And that perhaps that leads on to my final submission, which is the absence of Pinnacle. Mum, you'll forgive me for expressing surprise that Pinnacle are not here for the examination. Mum, I know that you and your colleague are too experienced and thick-skinned to take offence or find it discourteous that Pinnacle haven't attended, but it is striking their absence because there are questions which one would expect would be in a good position to answer, and because they've chosen not to attend, you and your colleague have been denied the opportunity to ask those questions. The one I've just proffered is a good example, which is the landowner issue. They may be in a position to give evidence, but they're not here to do so. And the parish councils are sceptical about the role of Pinnacle. Not to put too fine a point on it, they don't have a track record in this country of large-scale development. As far as the parish councils are concerned, their only experience in large-scale development is in Saudi Arabia and other parts of the Middle East. And the parish councils would say, to the extent there is any uncertainty at the end of this session, the fact that Pinnacle have not turned up is something which you should have in mind when you reach an overall judgment as to the soundness of the allocation. Unless I can assist you further, those are my submissions on the broad principles.
Thank you, that's helpful. And again, they are things that are on the agenda and we'll be coming back to, but it's helpful to start us. Thank you.
I won't repeat myself, Ma'am, so if I've made a point, I won't return to it.
That's great, thank you. Would the council like to respond on any of those?
Thank you, Ma'am. So obviously the bulk of this site is brownfield, and the MPPF is quite clear we should still be pursuing a brownfield growth strategy. It would be, frankly, remiss of this council if it was ignoring such a large brownfield site, which is sustainable with close proximity to a railway station and sustainable location. So if this site wasn't allocated, obviously we'd be looking at other greenfield sites. So, this is fundamentally a brownfield land which is capable of coming forward for development. It wasn't a late addition, it was identified within the preferred options. We talked about earlier on the earlier sessions how the boundary then got defined in more detail as we worked through the process, and by the time of the submission document there was a clear boundary defined for Throckmorton, which set out how it could come forward. The points around Pershore Railway Station, they're not being linked to this development. There's separate plans to bring forward improvements to car parking at Pershore Railway Station, which is limited at the moment. That's being driven by Wycombe District Council and Worcestershire County Council. But the proposals for Throckmorton is obviously to encourage people to walk and cycle to the station because they're so close to it. They won't need to take the car, which is obviously one of the key points of it being a sustainable location in the first place. They'll also be able to access direct bus facilities, taking them straight to Worcestershire Parkway with the X50, already providing a high-quality bus link to Worcestershire Parkway as well. So fundamentally, the principles of this being a sustainable location for development are sound. The references were made to one of the owners who objects to the allocation. They have a small piece of land. They're a farmer there. We understand their reasons for wishing for their objection to the principle now, but we've talked about the potential for us to use CPO powers if a relatively small landowner, in this case, in the scale of this site, if they weren't prepared to work with us to enable the development to come forward, obviously CPO would be an option for us. In terms of Pinnacle, I'm not going to make comments on Pinnacle, whether they felt the need to turn up or not. They're clearly supportive of the development. They've submitted a letter to you and to the inquiry stating their full support for the development. They're an international investment company.
And from what I've seen of them, they are very supportive, and it's quite clear in that letter that they are working with us. We've got good engagement with them. And will they deliver the site themselves? Probably not, but they would look for a partner, obviously, at some point to bring the site forward for housing growth. So the fact they haven't turned up here today, they are aligned with the council, and their letter of support, reflects that. So just the fact they're not here shouldn't be held against them in our view. There's one point, sorry, Bishampton was mentioned, and we agree Bishampton obviously is an important area, a number of listed buildings and conservation area. You'll see from the concept plans the proposal to provide a buffer between the development and the developable area and Bishampton, with separation from Throckmorton, the proposed development, and the green space there providing what in our view is an adequate buffer from that settlement. So we believe the impacts on Bishampton can be effectively mitigated.
Councillor Tucker.
Thank you. I'm afraid I haven't been able to hear the detail of what's been said, so I'll just do my best. I won't repeat what I've put in writing, which has been 3 submissions, I think, about so far. But there are points that I think we need to emphasise, that if this discussion is about making the plan sound and deliverable, I do not see evidence in front of us that this particular Throckmorton Newtown site is ready. We've talked about greenfield, brownfield. Well, the brownfield, a lot of it is going to be used for housing when it's already being used for employment, and the employment is going to be put down onto greenfield, which is the, first of all, the 20 hectares and then a further 40 hectares along the bypass. So I don't think it's as simple as saying we're building on brownfield. But the point I really want to make is that I cannot see the evidence that the thinking is complete and certainly recorded on this proposal. And I illustrate this by the changes that are being made just in 6 weeks between the December submission by Wychavon and then the answers to your MIQs, which are in February. In that period, in December, we were talking about a concept plan and the site promoter's master plan. Now we're talking about an SDP with 9 high-level strategies, whatever that means, and then a design code before any applications can start to be made. And that presumably includes applications which relate to the provision of the critical infrastructure. So before, shall we say, in December, my argument would have been that there really wasn't time to put in the critical infrastructure. Now it's further delayed because I assume there's quite a bit of work being referred to in the preparation of the SDP. And also, as I went through the detail of what is now being in writing and what was in December in writing, there are subtle changes that have not been pointed out. For example, we have the education facilities which have to be provided early. The concept plan shows a primary school being built by that strange little cluster of 270 houses down by the bypass, which I understand is to help the developers pay for the road. That seems to have disappeared by December, and there was, it wasn't referred to as taken out, but it was referred to as a number of primary places, not saying that there was definitely a school. And if you read the detail now, as of February, it's saying there will only be an all-through school built after the 300th house. There is no reference to a separate primary school before that. And if at the very end, in the answer to their MIQ, they make no reference to education, no further reference to education in phase 1. But in phase 2, they're talking about monitoring and managing rather than the previous specific statements of which schools are going to be built when. What I'm trying to say is that shifting sands all the time. Sorry, I'm talking a long time, I know. We moved from the concept and comprehensive master plan to the SDP and strategies, and in that section, it says the developers will be required to sign up to a site-wide management mechanism to be delivered in perpetuity. You know, all of this without having the detail. And the key point that I'm making is that we're being, if and when the SDP is approved, only after that will be the detail provided that can give you the information you need in order to find if it's sound or deliverable. I just cannot see that the plan is ready at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. We are moving on to development plan policy, SPD, master plan concept in the next, which does cover quite a lot of that. But if there's anything else you wanted to respond on?
Perhaps to leave that to that point, because I think the points around education as well are further on the agenda.
They are, but it might be helpful to, could you address the shifting sand situation with regard to that particular school mentioned?
I don't believe there's been any major changes to our approach. So the concept plan shows the proposal is to bring forward an all-through school to begin with primary and secondary provision. That's located adjacent to the town centre. We've still got another 2 primary schools identified for the first phase of the scheme. And then obviously there's land, as we've similar approach to Parkway, for longer term needs, where we're safeguarding that land then for growth post 2041. But there's been no change in our commitment, obviously, to deliver schools for this site, as we've talked about with the other strategic sites. We acknowledge locally there's pressures on capacity for secondary and primary education. So, just to assure the councillors, the provision for schools on site is something which has been consistently carried forward.
Thank you, that's helpful, and we will be coming back to it as well. Thanks. PS planning.
Excuse me, thank you. So just to be clear, we've not sought to object to the principle of the allocation as such, more that we are raising concerns about the overall viability of the allocation, and particularly the quantum of development. Can the site actually, achieve that extent of development that's proposed? In this respect, we would really echo some of the comments that have already been raised by the Parish Council Working Group, both in terms of the fact that the sustainability appraisal has been called into question. The site's not been subject to adequate consultation in comparison to other sites. Contamination has already been raised. My client has informed me that there's substantial additional plastic waste on site, and additionally there's contamination adjacent to their site that they do not believe that the council is aware of, so that we would request that be looked into. Archaeology has been mentioned in several representations, both in terms of the cost of likely investigations required to actually understand the nature of the assets, and then of course there's the potential impact on the extent of developable area that might well be as a result of those finding out more about those assets. The ability to achieve the suggested modal shift from private car use to public transport has already been called into question. We would echo those concerns, particularly in respect of representations from Pinnacle before that we're seeking to push back some of the phasing of this transport infrastructure. If that modal shift is going to be achieved, then that sustainable infrastructure needs to be provided very early on in that development, which will obviously have a cost and implication on viability. I think from our perspective, the site would be better served for additional employment developments, potentially looking at some co-location of other high-tech businesses to build on what's already there. We do not think that that's been given additional sufficient consideration by the council. And lastly, I guess we'd echo comments. It does seem Pinnacle don't have to be here, but it does seem odd given what's at stake for them that they're not at this table. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to respond on any of those, or shall I keep moving? CPRE.
Thank you. We have significant concerns about this development. The first point is that we consider it is an unsustainable location. I'll resist saying any more. Some comments have been made about transport, but I will leave more detailed comments until we get to the transport section, if that's all right. Echoing some of the comments that have been made. The second point is with regard it being a brownfield site. The first and most obvious point is that a large amount of the site that will be developed is not a brownfield site. I don't think there's any question that it is a brownfield site. You will notice, interestingly, if you look at the concept plan, and we had that great discussion about how much we can take concept plans as read yesterday and what's delivered in them. But if one takes the concept plan as read, you'll notice that a large amount of the airfield area, which is the very area that is brownfield, would not be developed on. Whereas a lot of the area which is actually not the airfield would be developed on. So I think that, you know, you have to ask this question about the brownfield nature. And obviously there is this issue with airports, that airfields, that a large amount of the land, while it is brownfield, is not actually developed on at this stage. So we have some questions about the extent to which the brownfield case is being put forward. So then in terms of the allocation, so we've put our arguments about housing numbers and therefore why you might say that you don't need this allocation. But obviously you might conclude that yes, you do feel that this allocation is appropriate, but is the size of it appropriate? Does it need the additional housing after the plan period? And we say there are big reasons for not allocating it to the extent that has been suggested. The obvious one, and in our submissions, we reproduced zebras, visual and landscape maps when they did their assessment. And it is noticeable that the parcels which come outside, if I can generally say outside of Long Lane, that there are a number of parcels, and outside of the airfield, 7, 9, 10, 1 and 3 are precisely the parcels which they say have a larger impact visually, and in the case of 9, 10 and 1, a larger impact on landscape, and in the case of 9, 10 and 11, a larger impact visually. Now you've already heard that has influenced the council's approach in regard to Bishampton, and you can see that parcel 1, what they call parcel 1, is largely not included in the development for that reason. We don't see why that doesn't necessarily apply to the other developments. There is a slight issue, and this comes to the issue of how you parcel land up, which comes up quite often in Greenbelt reviews and similar things, as I'm sure you're aware, is that parcel 5 includes land, includes in effect 2 parcels of land because it's all within the airport. So it's a bit hard to tell to tell properly from a landscape and visual point whether the part of the development which is beyond Long Lane but is still in parcel 5, how that would be judged if it was a separate parcel. So I think there is a question mark over that, but obviously that is part of the previously developed land. But that, in a sense, gives one an opportunity to say, if the size of development is excessive, as we argue, there is a sound basis unlike in Worcester Parkway, where we didn't have a common landscape analysis for saying where development might go. I think there are two comments that might be made. The first one is in regards to the housing, saying that, well, you need that size of housing to support the town centre, etc., etc. Notwithstanding the question as to whether that will be delivered, and we had that long explanation about how it should be left to the developer to bring Morrison's in when it's appropriate. But this is not, in our view, going to be sustainable. It's going to be a largely car-based development. So the larger it is, the more car-based it's likely to be, even if you provide some local facilities. That clearly does not apply, that counter-argument would not apply to the industrial development, where it would be quite reasonable to develop on what they class as number 4, and not develop the more visually and landscape areas of 7 and 3. So there is a basis to consider whether the extent of this development is too much, and we contend that it will be a very car-based development, and make it bigger doesn't resolve that problem, but we will come back to that. I think that's the points I wanted to make with regards to it. As I say, we don't think it's sustainable, but we also think that if you decide it's not all needed, there is a basis for a smaller development.
With the council, particularly the landscape points, if you can.
Yes, thank you, Mum. We've looked at that in detail in terms of the essay and how the concept plan is developed. So as I noted, in terms of Bishampton, some of the higher value landscape areas have been, obviously, we're proposing to retain as green space. Still very much a sort of focus on green infrastructure within this scheme. So that has been taken forward, and you can see how the concept plan has developed with some of the higher value landscape areas being retained. So that has specifically been taken into account both from an SA assessment and then in the development of the concept plan itself. Could I just make a couple of points on there, because I think there was comments then on transport. I mean, I think the concept plan just shows you the principles of how sustainable this is. I mean, this side, this is Pershore Station. I mean, it's easily within walking distance of Pershore Station. A44 corridor, X50 runs along that corridor, provides a direct link into Worcestershire Parkway. So I'm really struggling to see the comments as to how this isn't a sustainable location in terms of transport. I mean, it's sort of walking distance to a railway station, high quality bus infrastructure already in place, providing direct access. So I certainly wouldn't agree with that point. I mean, cycling and walking, you'd actually be able to cycle and walk into Pershore Town Centre and the range of facilities which that offers as well. So it's a very, very sustainable location for development. I've covered off the viability points previously, but obviously the advantage of scale is that we can provide facilities on site. So the comments about it being too big, obviously getting primary schools there, getting secondary schools there will help with future internalisation rates. So whilst we've assumed 2,000 would have more limited internalisation, as you obviously build up the scale, the range of facilities we would be able to provide would help to discourage car use and enable a much higher rate of internalisation in the future beyond the plan period.
Yes.
Thank you. Just a small point. With the traffic modelling, I don't think that's actually accurate. We have traffic backing up from Pinvin all the way to Warrapiddle on occasions. With a small added development, I don't think it would make it any better. To put 5,000 houses there, it would make it impassable. That's my point on that. And also, I think I heard correctly that it was 7 million to clean up the Bruce land. Well, I know there's holes on that ground that are 30 feet deep, with God knows what being buried at the bottom of it. So when you dig that out, you would have to go a lot further than 30 feet for leaching of the whatever it is they've buried. That a lot of that site is covered in holes like that, and I don't see that £7 million is anywhere near enough to clean that land effectively. Notwithstanding the runoff that would come through groundwater into Piddle Brook, and that will affect pollution down to Wire Piddle and on into the River Avon. It desperately needs cleaning up, and I'm fairly sure £7 million isn't enough. I'm not a contractor, but I don't think that's anywhere near. Thank you.
We'll be dealing with transport and the modelling a bit later on. Well, unless you want to make your points now, that's fine.
Basically, I'm very concerned that the provision of only one big road going in off the A44 is not sufficient for the size of development that's proposed, because Throckmorton Road and Long Lane are totally unsuitable for HGVs, and basically it's one of the reasons the airfield's never been developed earlier, because basically access to it was so difficult. And it needs a much bigger road system to get to a new development contemplated of this size. I think that don't really add to that. Oh.
Thank you. So we will be returning, but could you answer the points about, well, we'll come back to the traffic modelling, but the contaminated land point would be helpful, and
of course
the transport point is there.
Thank you, Mum. And just to assure you, we're very much aware of the Bruce land. Unfortunately, that has been subject to criminal activity, and a lot of the tipping which has happened on that side has obviously been illegal. And there's been the Environment Agency has pursued that matter through the courts. We're in active dialogue with the Environment Agency around how we deal with the Bruce land now going forward. As I've already said, in terms of the viability appraisal which we've done, we've put a substantial amount of funding in to deal with remediation on this site. It's 37 million that's been built into the appraisal. So a substantial sum of money has been set aside to deal with this. Obviously, because it is a criminal matter, we're working very closely with the Environment Agency about how we can address that going forward. So we're very much aware of the problem and the challenges which it poses. But in many ways, again, this development will actually help us to resolve some of these issues and move forward with the site in a more positive way. And so access, we've obviously modelled the improvements to Throckmorton, which we're proposing with the new access road linking into the development. What that modelling again is showing is that the new access does provide an adequate solution to Throckmorton and allows us to mitigate the impacts of the growth in this location. Obviously, this is coming off the new road on the A44. It provides an adequate solution both for employment land, with a separate roundabout being provided into the employment land access, with the main access obviously coming then off the A44 itself, and that will improve the access situation considerably and work from a modelling point of view.
Thank you, that's helpful. We will be coming back to that, yeah. Okay. So from there then, I'm going to move down the questions and deal with what we've grouped together as delivery and implementation. So we've asked, there's a few questions relating to delivery and implementation. Questions 114, 115, 118, 119 and 136 all relate to that. And that they all stem really because to us the plan as set out in terms of the relationship between its policy SPD, concept plan, master plan, spatial framework there were not clear when we initially looked at them. And we were asking about consistency with the framework. So paragraph 16D of the framework requires plans to contain policies that are clearly written, unambiguous, so it's evident that how a decision maker should react to development proposals. So the plan obviously needs to set out the policy for the development of the new settlement, and an SPD can then provide further detail and guidance only. So our question was whether the policies in the plan are sufficiently clear as to what is required for the settlement. So there were some main modifications proposed to the policy. Things have moved on again. Yesterday, we had a long discussion about how these things may or may not work in relation to Worcester Parkway. So we discussed, in particular in that session, the relationship between the plan policy and any SPD. I know the council are considering that, we're considering that. The same principles will come into play today. I don't need to rehearse what we did yesterday. We've got all of that, and you've got all of that. But I think it would be helpful. We need to have that discussion with everybody in the room for Throckmorton today. So I'm going to open that up on that basis, but be assured that any comments made yesterday will be followed through to today on that point, if that makes sense. Okay. So it's quite a technical point in some senses, but and we have touched on the SPD today, but is there anything anybody else wants to add on those points that I've just made?
Thank you, Mark. I won't repeat yesterday. Won't repeat what we said yesterday about the discussion. I think the key point here is the importance of the delivery of infrastructure at the outset of the development seems to be significant, and more so in the case of Throckmorton than Parkway. So any divergence away from when infrastructure is going to be delivered and who and how, and where, who and how, will have a fundamental impact on how the site is delivered and when it comes forward. And I think the need for clarity on when that infrastructure will be required and how it will be delivered through the various land interests and land promoters that are party to the site will be critical to the delivery of the site. And again, any delay in how those planning applications are submitted, how each of the promoter decides to pick up their element of the infrastructure does have the potential to delay when the houses will be delivered on the site.
Thank you. Yes.
Just to support what what was said on behalf of Harris Lamb, the parish council would agree with him on that, and we say that the triggers which give rise to that the major piece of infrastructure ought to be included within the policy itself and not passed on to the SPD.
Before we move on from the SPD, any ideas on anticipated timings for the SPD now referred to on this one? Is there any indications at all?
So certainly for Throckmorton, the intention is to do more detailed master plan work initially with the landowners, looking at phasing and delivery. So obviously yesterday, as you can tell, there's a desire to go Worcestershire Parkway within our 5-year housing land supply. So we need to get that SPD in place very quickly. So obviously we're committed to doing that. Here, I think we'll be working obviously with a number of parties now to understand the site constraints in a greater level of detail, and that will then inform the SPD. So I would anticipate the SPD coming forward here within the next sort of 12, 18 months, but not as quick as obviously post-adoption of the plan, I should say. So not as quickly, obviously, as the Parkway SPD that we talked about yesterday. We've talked about monitor, I probably don't want to go back into that data, but obviously we've talked about monitor manage approach to the delivery of infrastructure. Again, that would carry forward here, obviously, into the case of Frogmorton as well. I believe the policy sets out currently the key infrastructure requirements. If we feel there's additional level of detail there, but obviously the context for that is monitor and manage, as we discussed in relation to Parkway.
Yep, Harris Lamb.
Thank you, Mum. So 12 to 18 for the SPD just has implications for timing of submission and determined planning applications. So again, I know the council aren't sort of anticipating first delivery of houses until 31, 32, but there is just a question mark over whether those houses are going to come through as expected.
In terms of due to the addition now of the requirement for the SPD, is that what you...
If the council would like to determine the applications in accordance with the policy and the SPD, then yes. If not, we end up with an ad hoc ad hoc development, which I'm sure the council will want to avoid. Which again, if they want to avoid that, then it will add to the delay in how planning applications are dealt with. So they're between a rock and a hard place, I'm afraid.
I'll let you...
We agree we need to get the SPD in place to guide planning applications for this site, so I don't think there's any disagreement with us on that point.
Mr. Banner.
Thank you. I wanted to go back over ground yesterday just to reiterate the caution I expressed yesterday about false comparisons. I suggest it's not a rock and a hard place. It's not all or nothing. You don't have to have triggers prescribed either in the SPD or in the policy. If there's no evidential basis for a trigger, it can be figured out through other means. We went through those other means yesterday with Mr. Gilby, for example. So just to reiterate what I said before yesterday about false comparisons.
Moving on from the SPD, then there's also the matter of the concept plan, which was raised in question 115, and there's an proposed to this as well. And again, the principle of the concept plan we discussed yesterday. I think the same issues arise here in terms of effectiveness. I think the concept plan in this case is different because the authorities are explaining that it spatially represents one way in which the requirement of the policy can be delivered. So our thoughts would be, as discussed yesterday, really, whether that work, how that's embedded in the plan or not, and how you ensure compliance with it, particularly when it's only one way of doing it and it is likely to be altered. Can I just ask views on that?
We don't disagree with you on that point, Marmon, particularly for this site. It is one option as to how the land could come forward. I think I've talked about the detailed work now, which would be needed to move forward into the SPD, and that will ultimately help to develop the concept plan further. So it is there for illustrative purposes, and I think what we're obviously trying to do here is show one form of how the development could come forward, but recognising that there needs to be flexibility in that regard. So it is from that perspective. I think we're suggesting changes on this that it is there for sort of illustrative purposes.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Just to comment that the four parishes were obviously very much involved in the liaison process that went on, conducted by the SWDP team, and repeatedly were told when this reached the concept plan stage that nothing in the plan that we've been presented with as a concept plan was fixed and firm. Everything up to and including the boundaries of the settlement were what was proposed, but not what was committed.
And Mark, if I could just make one point on that. Given uncertainty, there may be two implications. Firstly, that may give rise to greater delay. The SPT may take longer than, for example, the Worcestershire Parkway scheme. But we say also that it means the SPD ought to be subject to proper public consultation, because at the moment, local people are being consulted on the concept plan, but as that's ill-defined and not fixed, that means it's all the more important that the next stage, the public have their say.
Can you confirm that?
Would agree.
Okay, so question 117 was about existing land uses, but I'm going to just skip over that one for now. I'm just trying to deal with all the other planning policy elements, but we will be coming back to that one, and it is an important one. It's just a management thing. Yeah, okay. So question 118 is about the master plans. So I think it's just to check really what the intention is in the layering that we've talked about the master plans and where it fits. I think the suggestion is that would be developed alongside the SPD. Is that right?
That's correct. So as with Parkway, where we've developed a comprehensive site-wide master plan, we would do the same here. And so as with Parkway, we prepared a framework master plan for the whole of the site. We would do the same as Throckmorton, and that would obviously provide the detail necessary to develop the SPD.
Okay, so we're returning to 117. It's about the concept plan, but it's also about generally the relationships between the existing settlements and the proposed development, existing land uses. There are some examples given in 117, but it's about all of them. So can the council outline how those have been addressed? The relationship with Perthshire and the relationship with the existing land uses.
Thank you, Mum. So we've taken account of a number of the existing land uses. So there's been specific reference to the foot and mouth area within the site, and just for clarity, that is in here. So that's a DEFRA, obviously, a controlled site, and there's a requirement there for a specific exclusion zone around it. So we're fully aware of that, and have obviously excluded that area from any development. There's an operational landfill site, and again, our discussions then have been mainly focused on ensuring that the site contributes as a whole to the development, and particularly when the remediation begins on that site, and its contribution that it can make as part of the development package towards biodiversity enhancements. And again, so as that site finishes, the potential is there for biodiversity remediation to bring forward green infrastructure there to support the development as a whole. So that's very much been taken into account. We're aware, obviously, of the Malvern Optical lease issue there with Pinnacle. We've suggested, as we did with Worcestershire Parkway, and we'd agree with that here, that there needs to be something in there about relationship with existing uses. And ultimately, it is a landlord and tenant point, but what I would assure the company that we would obviously work with them in terms of any relocation. We do have employment land being proposed here on the frontage of the development, and we'd be more than happy to continue that dialogue with them as these proposals develop into the future. So, it would be, if they do need to relocate, and which the proposals would suggest, there are options there for us to be able to support them in doing so. I should also just talk about the buffers, and particularly we've taken regard to the existing settlements. I won't repeat those points, but just show you Bishampton and Throckmorton. We've looked at how we can protect those settlements from the development overall, maintaining their character, but also enabling good walking and cycling connections into those surrounding villages so they can benefit from some of the services which will ultimately come forward at Throckmorton.
Green mic. Councillor Tucker.
Sorry, thank you. I've been worried from the start that there will be suburban sprawl from Pershaw right through up to Bishampton. There are no strategic gaps mentioned anywhere. Yes, there are references to green buffers. My long-term experience of green buffers is that they're something that get eroded next time or the time after. I don't think they have the strength to be preserved. Already, Pershaw and Pinvin have no separation really at all. They just continue up the road. While Piddle has been advanced on from Pershaw and is getting very near the junction into the village. We've seen the map of Bishampton. I just cannot see that the planning system will be adequate without very specific strategic gaps to preserve the individuality of these brilliant little villages. I mean, they are very special old Worcestershire villages. They're not just another collection of houses. And 117 is asking about the relationship between the existing settlements. I'm afraid it's going to be the end of the individuality of the settlements.
We are on 117. Yeah? Question 117. With respect to the proximity to the landfill site and the illegal dumping site, which I've already mentioned, there are landfill sites in other parts of the country, one of which was in Fleetwood in Lancashire. And I'm sure you've heard of the Wallace Quarry near Silverdale near Newcastle. They suffer from extreme smells, and it's they describe it as, quote, rotten eggs. Well, hydrogen sulfide is the rotten eggs, and thiosulfonides are the smell of onions. Both of these gases cause headaches, nausea, dizziness, cough, sleep problems, and stress. The proximity of our new housing estate to the landfill site is so close that you will be suffering from smells. At one point not too long ago, we had flies infesting Warrapiddle and Pinvin, which is over 1.5 miles away. We were having to put up net curtains in the window so that you could have the window open in the summer and stop the flies coming in. So my observation is landfill next to houses, or indeed houses next to landfill. I don't think it's appropriate. That's my point. Thank you.
So can the council respond on those 2 points before I carry on?
Certainly the benefit of Frogmorton, as with the benefit of this plan, is it allows for more planned growth to come forward. And we've seen, as the councils be aware, in Wychavon, the tilted balance applying, so that has put pressure on settlements like Pinvin, where we've recently approved an application there for nearly 500 houses based on the tilted balance. So, and that was obviously one of the main arguments. So actually, one of the biggest advantages of getting this plan in place is that we would then have a 5-year housing land supply and allowed for planned developments which will actually protect some of the settlements which the councillors are actually seeking to protect themselves. So, so we very much favour that plan-led approach, which we believe will have far greater benefits for the area overall. The landfill point, obviously we're aware of the issues around it being an operational landfill. There are already several existing settlements within similar proximity to the landfill as Frogmorton itself would be. So it is proven there that the existing development is there. That from what I can tell, the site is well operated and managed. We're continuing to liaise with the operators there, and the phasing plan reflects the fact that we're looking, there's almost an exclusion zone for the first phase, which provides a buffer to the landfill. So, the landfill works is progressing. Parts of the landfill have been remediated now, It's still operational. We expect it to be operational for some time. But through phasing and mitigation, the issues around smell and odour can be dealt with in our view.
Thank you. Pearce Planning?
Okay, thank you. I'll spend a few minutes on this because this is pretty important to our clients. So bear with me. So I guess our firm view is that the concept plan does not adequately address the relationship between existing land uses and the proposed allocation. The new settlement is thus unsound as insufficient weight has been given to safeguarding the existing businesses on the airfield. To be clear, Melbourne Optical has not been involved in the process of drafting this policy. There has been no dialogue effectively. So as a result, its operations are at risk, which as a result, that puts the potential, that has a huge risk for the UK's existing defence capability, which would have an impact on multiple projects that are ongoing and planned for the future. So I think you have a choice now whether to work to actually protect a sovereign UK facility or leave it up to the vagaries of the commercial industry to re-provide it. My client has asked for a business impact assessment to be prepared as part of this policy to assess the impact on existing businesses. That has not taken place. So just to highlight the nature of their business, to be clear, so that their business activities focus on providing specialist services in the electro-optic and electromagnetic domains, ranging from research, development, testing, evaluation, and materials technology, optical systems, communication systems, and vehicle systems. So quite technical stuff, well beyond my understanding. Key clients include the UK Ministry of Defence, the Defence Science and Technology Laboratory, UK Home Office, and multiple defence contractors. Their services are highly technical and complex, such that in some circumstances, they are the only providers of such services within the UK or indeed Western Europe. So I think we can confidently say this is a world-leading facility, very unique. And certainly to my mind, given the events of the recent past, the need to retain their facility is of increasing importance. I mean, I'm obviously talking about the sort of seeming realignment of the USA and the scrambling in various countries across Europe to increase defense spending to try and compensate. Just this week, we've seen a meeting of 34 military representatives from the EU, NATO, Japan, and Australia, but not the USA. So I think, to my mind, where we're at, whether like it or not, we're in a weird world now, and the need to retain the UK's in-house homegrown defense capabilities is of increasing importance. And this is evidenced by supporting statements that we've received recently from an Air Commodore at UK Stratcom and other supporting statements that were submitted at Reg 19 stage from the National Crime Agency, the MOD's Tactical Systems Delivery Team, the Defence Science and Technology Laboratory, and Strategic Command. So if you have not seen those, I would refer you back to those, please. Melbourne Optical's facility at the airfield is highly atypical. It would not easily be replaced or re-provided on a traditional industrial estate. It comprises specialist technical indoor and outdoor testing facilities built to a robust design in order to test military equipment and vehicles. The cost of any relocation would be substantial, and again, there would be a significant impact on planned critical work streams. My client has obtained a feasibility study from a commercial building surveyor looking at the potential cost of any relocation. So this is not, at this stage, it's not been informed by a detailed cost plan, does not include consultancy fees or indeed the cost of land. And that cost was estimated at about 55 million, excluding VAT. So you could probably round that up to 60 million. So just to be clear, Melbourne Optical would not be able to fund an expenditure of this nature to re-provide their facility as it is now. So the choices would be either they fund a replacement themselves that would likely be at a significantly reduced capacity, or potentially the cost would fall to central government if they decided that this was needed to be maintained, so i.e. the UK taxpayer. But there's no guarantee that the jobs would be maintained within the locality. There's a high likelihood that they would go elsewhere in the country, so the council would essentially be losing a highly successful SME business. Another complexity with relocating is that you would have to go through new security testing in terms of calibration and achieving security certificates for that new facility. That would obviously take time. So hence, my client's clear preference is to retain their facility where it is now, as things are set out, there's no good reason why it needs to be moved. We don't think the council have given significant consideration to retaining the facility where it is and looking to provide employment in that location around it. And this is also the preference of Malvern Optical's UK clients and stakeholders, just to be clear. A few other points to raise. Query about substantial loss of embodied carbon. Again, given the robustness of the construction of the existing facility, also the carbon required to build a new facility. I refer the inspectors to the example I set out of the South Gloucestershire core strategy, which is Filton Airfield. Just to quickly summarize that, was airfield owned by BAE Systems that housed a Great Western Air Ambulance and Police Air Operations helicopter base. The council recognized the critical importance of that facility and added a clause in the policy that it either had to be retained on site or be successfully relocated off site prior to any developments commencing. Unsurprisingly, it was not possible to retain a helicopter base on a residential-led mixed-use development. So BAE Systems worked with those stakeholders to provide them with a new facility that was acceptable in the locality, and that was allowed to commence. So I think for these reasons, as I've set out above, we are very strong in our statement that policy 52 is not in conformance with the NPPF, specifically paragraphs 81, 82, and 83. And we would request that the inspectors give this substantial consideration, and we would urge reconsideration on this matter. If it's okay, I'd just like to ask my client to see if do you have anything to add. Mandy, you good? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're obviously happy to field any questions or indeed to take this offline and discuss matters in more detail with yourselves and the council. Thank you.
Thank you, that's helpful. Would the council like to respond on those specific points?
Thank you, Ma'am. And obviously, we fully understand the concerns of the business, and we're more than happy to work with them in terms of any future relocation that is needed. Ultimately, this is a landlord and tenant matter. The site was sold by the MOD. The freehold is under the control of Pinnacle, and there's a lease on, as I understand, on this building, which will expire in the not too distant future. Regardless of what we do in terms of this process, we have no control over that relationship between the freehold owner and the leasehold owner. So what we can say to Malvern Optical is, we're more than happy to work with them in terms of relocation, should that need obviously arise. There are many employment opportunities being promoted through this plan, which we feel would be suitable for their use, both immediately on this site itself, which is under the control of the County Council, which has largely owned the employment land to the south of this allocation, as well as at Worcestershire Parkway, and you'll have heard the details of that discussion yesterday. So that there are opportunities locally to retain this business and support them in terms of relocation, and certainly there would be an open door from the council to help them through that process.
Thank you. Did you want to come back on that briefly?
Just briefly, again, I'd just say, considering the substantial cost of relocation, we just really urge reconsideration on this. There's strong preferences to stay where they are. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so you want to come in, Andy?
So if I can just add to this, I'm Managing Director for Malvern Optical. I don't think you quite grasp the facilities at the current location. This isn't a case of just shifting to another place, like just up the road at Six Wave, wherever. We can't do that. We have done an exhaustive search around this area for a similar facility, a similar location at which we can operate. We need particular transport links because we bring in huge vehicles to test. Where we are now, as we said, is ideal. If we were to relocate anywhere, even to the south of the airfield, those costs remain. It's £50 million plus. I think that shouldn't be ignored. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, we've heard both sides of that, and the evidence we'll be taking away.
I was purely going to make the point that the landlord obviously is fully supportive of these proposals coming forward in terms of Pinnacle, so this is not an obstruction to the development coming forward itself.
Thank you. I think Councillor Tucker. Yeah.
Thank you. The reference in question 117 to the relationship between existing settlements, I think is the one I'd like to refer to, and it already been mentioned about the lack of any strategic gaps and the creeping coalescence of the communities which should be retained as separate individual. And I will just refer to the concept plan, which shows the housing blocks 12, 13, and 30, which are 270 in total, built on greenfield land between the access road from the A44 and the proposed bridge over the Piddle Brook. These will be built in conjunction with the building of the road and bridge over Piddle Brook in the initial years of development. Now, the reason for developing in that location, we believe to be in order to provide funding for the road to be built and the bridge. Whether that would be achieved or not is another question. But the point I'd like to make about this is that this development would represent an isolated urban estate in open countryside with no meaningful connection with the new town or with Pershaw or nearby villages of Pinvin and Piddle. It being built in the early stages of the development of the airfield, it would have no facilities, and in fact, all residents in that estate would have no alternative for transport or for links, but to leave the site, to leave the area where they live, and travel to other places for employment, or indeed for social or any other sort of connections with other communities. So it would be an isolated community. In fact, I think it would be very unlikely that it would form any sort of real community, and therefore it really is unsustainable to have that estate being built in that location. I believe that this isolated urban estate cannot be considered to constitute a sustainable part of the new town, and so it should be removed, I believe, from the plan.
Thank you. Would you like to respond on those?
I think I'd be repeating myself. Ma'am, so I won't add anything.
Cross Parish Working Group.
Thank you. Just very briefly, Mr. MacLeod talks smoothly and easily about resiting of the commercial enterprises and not just Malvern Optical. What we don't believe is that this fully reflects and has been addressed is the many millions of pounds of costs involved in resiting, not just Malvern, but also Evesham Vale Growers, the glasshouse to the north of the site. These costs we know runs into the many tens of millions, and we don't think proper account has been taken of this in terms of how it impacts the overall viability of the Throckmorton site.
Mr. Pearce, did you want? I will ask for comment on that, but I'm going to go here and then do them together if that's all right.
Okay, thank you. Just to come through a quick point of clarity, just to be clear that the South Gloucestershire example I cited, that was a similar situation to this in that there was a commercial lease in place between BAE Systems and the Great Western Air Ambulance as well. So it's a very similar situation. Thank you.
Yeah, the council.
Thank you. So just in terms of Evesham Growers, they're one of the major landowners at Throckmorton, the second really largest landowner there. Again, they are fully supportive of this scheme. They submitted a letter of support yesterday afternoon, so they're fully aware of the implications of their business, which is an extensive business of one of the major employers within Pershaw, and fully supportive of this scheme coming forward as we are proposing today.
Is that from last time? Sorry. Or would you like to speak again? Yeah.
Thank you. I would agree fully with Pearce Construction regarding Malvern Optical, but going back to what Ian MacLeod said about proximity of the landfill site and there are houses there near to it already, well, that's correct, and they are suffering the effects of that landfill site. I'm 1.5 miles away, and we get it. We get the smells. A lot of it depends on wind direction. So you could go one day and smell nothing, and go another day and smell quite a lot. Ironically, on the way here this morning, I heard on Radio 4 that there's a programme that you can pick up on BBC iPlayer called Britain's Toxic Secret. And this refers to the Bruce land, which apparently there are a number of sites in the country that contain toxic waste and are not being dealt with, and it apparently is the council's responsibility to deal with it. And in fact, 9 out of 10 of these sites are not being dealt with, they're just being left with zinc, lead and other substances in these sites, and it's not being cleaned up. It may be, I just said that because it may be beneficial to you to listen to that, because I certainly will when I get home this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have any comments on that?
It was just for clarity, really. I mean, this obviously isn't a matter for the council. It's the Bruce land is with the Environment Agency and is in the hands of the receivers. So the opportunity from this development is to come forward with a comprehensive approach to deal with that site and to clean it up. So we're working very closely with the EA on that matter, and that engagement will continue as the site moves forward.
Okay, so that finishes, unless anyone else has got anything on question 117, which it was fairly wide-ranging. Then no, then it's a good time to take a break, and then when we come back, if we come back at 25 past, yeah, 25 past 11, we'll come back and we'll deal with, well, we'll move down the questions. The next set really concern the trajectory. So from question 120 onwards is what we'll be looking at when we come back. Thank you. Okay, so 11:25, so we'll resume. So the next set of questions, starting at question 120, really concern the trajectory and if this site is developable. Question 120 asks that question. So the strategic sites viability assessment at exam 41 says that the site's made up of 10 land parcels or landowners. The authority's statement indicates that reps were made by Pinnacle, who were the owners of the airfield, in December 22 to support the allocation and to confirm the commitment of Pinnacle and other principal landowners. So the question really is, what is the evidence of agreement between the landowners, stroke site promoters, regarding the delivery of the site? Can I ask the council to start?
Thank you, Mark. So what we submitted yesterday, if that's helpful to explain that at this point, is obviously the principal landowner is Pinnacle. They own the majority of the airfield itself. And as you'll be aware, they've been involved in this site for some time, going back to their original representations in support of the proposal. The letter which they submitted yesterday confirmed their full support for Throckmorton coming forward for development and a commitment to continue to work with the council and the other principal landowners to deliver a comprehensive scheme for this site. So Pinnacle themselves are fully supportive. The other major landowners have signed up to a statement of common ground, which includes Vale of Evesham Growers, Marshalls Transport Limited, EC Drummond Agriculture Limited, and Mrs. Mary Rimmel. They are the other main landowners on the site, with the exception of the County Council, who own the land on the frontage, which is identified for employment. And the County Council have submitted a separate letter in support of the allocation, which was submitted alongside the others yesterday. So all of the key principal landowners are supportive of the development. We're aware of one landowner, a small parcel of land in terms of agriculture, who doesn't support it, but the principal landowners are all on board. There is obviously a commitment from Pinnacle to ensure a coordinated and strategic approach to delivery in line with the vision of the plan. We accept, unlike Parkway, the landowners aren't as well formed as a group, which is why we haven't placed reliance on this site within the 5-year housing land supply. We believe there's more work to be done in terms of bringing them together as a collective and looking at how the key infrastructure and phasing will be delivered. So that's one of the key reasons we haven't placed reliance on it within the 5-year housing land supply. But there is unquestionably a commitment from all of the key landowners to realise the opportunity at Throckmorton. And fundamentally, as I've said earlier, this site is developable and deliverable in line with the requirements in the NPPF.
Okay, Savills.
Thank you. Yes, just in relation to delivery and Throckmorton as a whole, we would like to support the comments that were made earlier today. A lot of those have written out in our statement, so we didn't weigh in verbally in relation to those. But that ties into whether Throckmorton is actually deliverable in the trajectory that's shown in the council's trajectory for the local plan as a whole. Primarily, there are some key infrastructure pieces that are needed before any houses are occupied on site, particularly the new link road and primary active travel route linking to Pershaw and the railway station, which includes an overbridge over the A44, which in the IDP is shown as costing 4.5 million. So there are some significant costs involved here, which will be required before any housing is actually delivered on site. So there's some significant issues about cash flow here, along with whether the environmental issues that have already been raised in terms of contamination and related points can actually be addressed in the early stages of the plan before 2030. And given where Pinnacle is and no developers, master developers or house builders being on board, that just brings it into further doubt of the trajectory that's shown.
Thank you. Does the council like to respond on those points?
I think just checking I heard that, but I think the key points were around access. I think I've addressed the access points previously and the delivery of the bridge, and we've obviously included a specific sum within the IDP and the viability appraisals in terms of the delivery of that infrastructure necessary to open up the development as a whole.
Yeah, those were the points, and we will actually be moving on to some of the upfront infrastructure that's required under another question, so that's fine for now. Define.
Good morning, thank you. Much what the council has spoken about is the site availability, that the landowners are willing to make the site available. Hasn't really given you any insight into the delivery of the site and how long it will take to deliver the site. The MPPF requires at paragraph 73A that the council undertakes a realistic assessment of the likely rates of delivery given in the lead-in times. That's really important, and it's really important because we need to understand how many dwellings this site is realistically going to deliver to meet the identified needs when and where required. It's a key part of the spatial strategy, and that assessment hasn't been presented to you or the wider public in a transparent and robust manner. It's a really complicated site, as we've talked about already. A lot of infrastructure is going to be required to open it up and allow delivery to take place and to deliver a sustainable development. There's multiple landowners, but there's absolutely no evidence presented to support that trajectory. And it just seems to me that the council, setting aside we haven't seen yet what's been presented last night, yesterday, today, but it's essentially relying on representations that were made at the Regulation 19 stage. There's no other evidence behind that. There's no reference to a delivery plan, a programme, or a delivery partner. And it's a long and complicated process that they've not taken into account. I think we've already heard this morning about the need and the importance of a master plan and SPD before development takes place. I entirely agree with that. That sounds like it's going to be a year, 2-year process post the adoption of the plan. We then need to move to a planning application, assuming that a promoter or developer is on board. And I don't think you can underestimate, or we can underestimate, the work required for an application to deliver a scheme such as this. And I mentioned the other day the Let Win Build Out 2018 report that sets out the many steps that it takes to get from an application to delivery. And key here, as we've heard and you'll go on to discuss, is the infrastructure and the time it takes to design that, to get the approvals, to get the funding in place and to deliver it. So a number of references have been made in the written statements to you in relation to the Litchfield's research. It talks about 6 to 7 years from point of an application submission on a site of this scale. And we're a long way from that. So assuming that there will be first delivery, okay, not within the 5-year period that the council is talking about, but actually within year 6, is just completely fanciful. The Matter 9 statement that the council presented talks a lot about employing new staff, dedicated staff, to help facilitate and bring forward these strategic schemes, which is great, and certainly what they should be doing. But a lot of these matters that delay delivery are outside of their control, and they can only do so much there. So I think we need to take a much more realistic view about the number of dwellings when delivery will start in terms of completions and occupations, and the number of dwellings that we delivered in the planned period. And I'd also warn against, if you accept that position in your deliberations, I'd warn against then thinking about bumping up the annual delivery rate or the number of dwellings delivered per year thereafter, which is what happened with the Parkway site. Again, the Litchfield start to finish report sets out robust research in that respect that suggests or indicates for a site of this scale that the average delivery is between 100 and 188, and they're already assuming a greater level than that. It can be greater, as the council has pointed out, but the examples that they've referred to, for example, at Ebbsfleet, where a much higher rate of delivery has been realised, there are different mechanisms and particularly their development corporation in place to realise that. So I think we really need to be realistic, and I come back to taking that pragmatic view to make sure that the number of houses delivered are delivered when and where required. And Throckmorton, therefore, needs to take I think there needs to be more of a a diligent and transparent approach to the definition of the trajectory in the plan period.
Thank you. The council like to respond.
Thank you, Mum. So the delivery trajectory for Throckmorton is entirely realistic and reasonable. So between years 8 and 9, so 8 to 9 years from now, we're assuming the delivery of 300 homes on the site. So that is a low trajectory for this sort of development. We're then assuming 200 dwellings per year thereafter. So, again, a conservative estimate for this site in full recognition of the challenges which we agree needs to be addressed. But from the work which we have done, as I've said to previous answers, we've looked at the viability of this site extensively. We've looked at the contamination of this site extensively as well, and a lot of work has been done. There is nothing to suggest from a contamination point of view we're dealing anything abnormal on the airfield site as a whole. Bruce Land is an exception to that. But from the airfield site as a whole, it's just a typical brownfield regeneration site with uses as you would expect from its previous use for air operations. So that trajectory we've got, we consider to be conservative and reasonable for this size of site.
Turley.
Thank you. I agree with what others have said about the trajectory. I won't repeat most of that. What I would disagree with is the council's response that it's a plausible trajectory for build out. There's some specific examples of infrastructure requirements. I know we're getting onto those and viability, but it's probably worth emphasising in terms of cash flow and viability in the nature of all the landowners involved, and the SPD, etc. It just won't happen in timescales set out. So £20 million required in 2023, £20 million in 2034 for the all-through school in the viability assessment, whereas the IDP requires it to be delivered by 2032. That's an operational school by May 2032. So I think there's probably a bit of a disconnect there in the evidence around what's required when, and that's on top of all the significant upfront infrastructure costs around access. So I think probably just needs a bit more work to demonstrate that trajectory will work. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add?
Just briefly, Mum, in terms of the access to the site is pretty standard, directly off the A44. No abnormal costs associated with that. The abnormal cost comes in, obviously, bridging the Piddle Brook. But again, we've included that cost within the IDP, and we've included costings for the active travel bridge. So, we feel the costings that we've put into the development appraisal are robust, and that gives a good basis for this site moving forward. And obviously, as we've said previously, IDP is a live document, and we can update those costs as we move forward. But we've certainly got confidence in the figures that we've put in currently.
Thank you. Harris Lamb.
Thank you, Mum. Mr. McLeod just listed the key sort of landowners and parties of the site that had signed the sort of collaboration letter that's been referred to. Apologies if I've got this wrong, but from those listed, none of the parties sounded like house builders or developers themselves, and they sounded like landowners who would ultimately have to sell their land to a developer in order for houses to come forward. If that's the case, it just adds an added sort of layer of complexity and time in terms of how the site is to be delivered. Again, I'm happy to be corrected if there are developers in there that I've missed, but I didn't hear that when the list was read out. I won't repeat what we said in our statement about the Litchfield's report. You've read that, and I don't need to sort of go back there. I will just refer to the council's own evidence, which is table 3 of their appendix 1 of their statement. And the point I want to direct you to is the annual average build-out rates for Worcester West and Worcester South. And that's at 137 and 125 dwellings per annum. They are sites within the Worcester City area, they're sites within the plan area, and would be a direct comparable and an example of an average build-out rate that could be achieved within a comparable housing market. They are less than 200 dwellings per annum. So that's a starting point. I'm not saying 200 can't be achieved, but the starting point would indicate that the annual average delivery rate is much lower than the council are predicting. Thank you.
Could you just clarify the landowners stroke developers point? Because I don't think everybody heard what was said earlier. Yeah, and then the second point.
Thank you. So I'm just going to get the statement of common ground. Have you got the? Thank you. So the statement of common ground is signed by the Vale of Evesham Growers, Marshalls Transport Limited, EC Drummond Agriculture Limited, and Mrs. Mary Rimmel. Separate to that, we have Pinnacle, who are the main owners of the airfield, who have submitted their own letter of support and have submitted previous representations on this site. As I'm sure my colleague there fully knows, the test in the MPPF is this site developable, and see the landowner's intention is to engage with house builders as the promotion of the site moves forward, and they've certainly indicated that. Pinnacle, I know there's been discussions with house builders. Those obviously haven't formulated themselves at this stage, but we've not, as I've said continuously, the site is not in our 5-year housing land supply, so it's reasonable for them to be progressing those discussions. Vale of Evesham Growers, again, have been in discussions with developers, but again, those are early stage discussions, and those will be formulated again, and no doubt firms up over the next couple of years if this allocation is confirmed. Second point was on the build-out rate, and certainly for the first 2 years, I mean, with the Worcester extensions are obviously smaller sites compared to what we're looking at here at Frogmorton. I know build-out rate 135, 127 was quoted. We're assuming 150 at Frogmorton for those first 2 years, going up to 200. As I said, our view, and particularly looking, obviously, we're going to have to increase the rate of house building, and we don't want to be continuously looking back to comparables. But we feel we've been conservative on Frogmorton. We haven't been aggressive in terms of the delivery trajectory. I think recognising a lot of the comments have been made, we're going to have to step up housing delivery overall. It's a relatively small increase in what was achievable at those Worcester extensions on much smaller sites.
Did you want to respond briefly?
Yes, I wasn't disagreeing that I thought the site wasn't developable. So I do agree in time it will be developable. It's the time point that I just wanted to sort of focus on. Thank you.
Fine, thank you. Councillor Tucker.
Thank you. After the December deposition or submission from Witchhaven, I was then among people who thought it was a bit of a leap of faith that they were going to get the critical movement and infrastructure and education and stuff in place in time to start building in 31 or 32. Now we've got the comments back after the questions in February. I think the situation is even more unlikely to achieve that timeline because you've got the SWDP and its processes before you can start doing any of the planning application stuff. Yet you need planning application stuff in order to get your OKs for the road lines, and in particular the bridge over the brook and the floodplain. I just can't see that anybody can be confident that it's going to be ready to start by 31 or even 32. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Did you have anything to add? Okay, so I'm moving on to question 121. that states that for a period it's proposed that both Worcestershire Parkway and Throckmorton New Settlement will deliver houses at the same time. Is there any robust evidence to suggest that this simultaneous delivery from both sides would affect overall numbers of housing completions? We did discuss this yesterday in the other way around in terms of Worcestershire Parkway. I think the authorities accept that this could be an issue, but have set out a number of reasons why it need not be. Could you just run us through those?
Of course, I'm. So obviously Worcestershire Parkway, as we've acknowledged, is coming forward at a quicker rate of development and delivery. We've included 500 homes of Worcestershire Parkway within the 5-year housing land supply assumptions. So we expect Worcestershire Parkway to be up and running and established as a development location before Throckmorton comes online further into the plan period. That allows some separation between the two developments in terms of getting Parkway established, and we believe then Throckmorton will be able to complement that as a separate offer. We've looked, and I referred previously to examples where we obviously had separate urban extensions of Worcester. It's Worcester City itself within close proximity to each other. That hasn't affected the build-out rates of the two urban extensions concurrently, and we believe there's sufficient market differentiation between Parkway and Throckmorton to enable them to come forward concurrently later in the plan period.
Thank you. I'm really sorry, I can't read your nameplate, but yeah, it's just too far.
Don't worry, it's Kevin Foreman for Harris Strategic. I just wanted to drill down into the trajectory and particularly the numbers of sales outlets which are assumed for both sites. I think on average through the plan period, if we look at Throckmorton and Worcestershire Parkway, we're looking at 12 sales outlets running at any one time, and that's towards the end of the plan period, 39, 40 and 40, 41, that increases from 12 to 14 sales outlets. My query, my question to the council was, is it realistic, ma'am, to believe that there's going to be that many developers operating at one time from these two sites, which are only 7.5 miles apart in terms of distance, and a very similar sort of perhaps a slightly more parochial market than the sites that are close to Worcester itself. So I just seek some clarification on whether the council would consider that as a risk to delivery. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to respond?
Thank you, ma'am. So the peak periods of delivery later in the plan periods, we'd have 600 homes being completed per annum of Worcestershire Parkway and Throckmorton. So, and obviously, looking into the future, we're going to have to look at increasing housing delivery even beyond that. So, we consider that to be robust, and particularly given the government's obviously objectives of increasing housing supply overall. I think the point about different outlets, and this comes really back to tenure mix and the different products which can be offered on both sides. We heard evidence yesterday in relation to Worcestershire Parkway of the different types of typology, whether that was in relation to affordable housing, social rent, low-cost market housing, homes for the elderly. It's about getting different tenure mixes going, which will offer that diversity of products across the two sites. And we believe with the different sale outlets that and also opportunities for some higher density development within town centres of Parkway, we can provide a different offer which will cater for different needs, and that will help us to meet demand going forward and make the typologies robust in terms of the number of outlets we would have.
Did you want to come back on that? Yeah?
Yes, just briefly, ma'am. The build-out rates themselves, which I think have already been considered to be aspirational previously, do include the fact that we have a tenure mix, which includes affordable housing. So I think the council needs to be a little bit more realistic in terms of its delivery rates.
Harris Lamb.
Thank you. So just a quick point. 600 a year from the two sites. If you take the 40% affordable housing out, you're looking at 360 open market houses over a year. That's nearly one a day. I'm sure the development industry around the table would consider that to be an ambitious target where sales rates are, one a week or 0.8 a week. So it is a staggeringly high rate of sales that is expected to come forward.
Well, I think the government approach to house building is crystal clear, and they're expecting a significant increase in the delivery of housing. So we could say there's some merit to the point, but the approach nationally is absolutely clear. The historic past rates of development are not high enough, and they need to increase. And the councils are responding to that.
Mr. Banner.
I completely agree with what Mr. MacLeod has said. 3 short points. One, these homes are here to meet identified needs and demand, so therefore, axiomatically, there's a market for them. Secondly, as Mr. MacLeod has said, there's scope for differentiation of products, differentiation of places, etc., to provide choice in that market, which will also reinforce the resilience of the assumed rates. And thirdly, as to the point about this being ambitious, I just hark back to what Mr. Lewis, you said yesterday. We're told by the government we've got to be ambitious. And if we simply assume, it hasn't been done before and therefore it can't be done, we won't ever get the step change. It will just preserve the status quo in aspect, which is not what we're told to do. It's very clear that deliverability doesn't require certainty. There's a whole mountain of case law on that. Is it achievable? Yes, it is.
The parish councils would take issue with what Mr. MacLeod said about how the Throckmorton allocation should be seen as complementing Worcestershire Parkway as they have separate offers. And it was said that there is sufficient market differentiation that you can have confidence that there would be the build-out rate which they aspire to. Just I think 3 points. Firstly, you'll note the evidence at the nearest points, the two proposed housing developments are some 3.8 kilometres apart. It's said by the council that, and it's the same as what was said by Lord Banner, that there's different elements in the menu. There's affordable housing, social rent, accommodation for elderly and sheltered housing, and market housing. But that choice is the same across both development areas. And so the parish councils struggle to see how there's any meaningful market differentiation. Both allocations will be offering the same thing, comprise different elements. And so the council is simply offering you an assertion. It could have relied upon a marketing report, which would provide an objective assessment as to the extent to which the housing market can accommodate the quantum which is proposed, but that isn't before you, and I say that you shouldn't be satisfied based on the evidence you have that that trajectory is at all likely.
Do you have any additional points? If you feel you've answered it, that's fine. Okay. Define.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I hear what Mr. Cloud is saying. The direction of travel from the government is very clear. The question is this over-reliance on or ambitious assumptions in relation to strategic sites the way to make sure that that delivery is realised? My view is that a better approach would be a wider portfolio of sites that adds robustness into the spatial strategy that allows that delivery to be ensured rather than one or two points of potential failure resulting in a spatial strategy that fails to deliver the identified needs that are so critical to address the housing crisis, both locally and nationally.
Thank you, Madam. So there isn't an over-reliance on strategic sites. We covered this issue in the earlier matters. This is a balanced approach between strategic sites, urban extensions, and obviously regeneration within the market and the developments within the market towns and category 1, 2 and 3 villages. So we have a very balanced approach, I would say, in relation to housing delivery. Strategic sites are an important part of that, but they're complemented by other developments as well across the plan areas.
Thank you. So if we move to question 122, that's about the proposed phasing of the development in the plan period and beyond 2041 and whether that's justified. So there's a proposed main modification, I think, to include specific triggers as to when they might be put in place prior to the occupation of additional homes. I think there's also reference to the SPD ensuring delivery, and that will include phasing and delivery plans. Have you got anything else to add on that, or does that cover 122?
You covered it there, Mum.
Anybody else with a question on 122? So I'm going to skip past question 123 on viability and just deal with that a bit later on when we look at the affordable housing and the other, the education and the other things, because they are linked. But we are coming to those. It's just another ordering situation so that it makes a bit more sense. So if we can move on to question 124, which is, we're moving on really onto some of those key principles and requirements, including infrastructure. So we have touched on some of these, but these are the more detailed questions set out. So question 124, again, we have touched on it, is how is it intended that the critical infrastructure would be provided in advance of other development? So just to help us start with that, can the council just outline what that critical infrastructure is?
Thank you, Mark. So obviously the key infrastructure is the road infrastructure, which needs to come into place, the new access, and obviously the bridge over the Biddle Brook, which will open up the main site for development. That runs in line with the other key, what I would say, infrastructure requirements around improvements to the station and obviously utility and infrastructure, which will run alongside that, and the allowances we've made for that within the IDP. Yeah, I think that.
Okay, so I will open it, but I suppose the question with that is who's providing and paying for that initial infrastructure, and what's the programme for it?
So in terms of the forward funding of the main access roads, we've submitted bids to the Housing Accelerator Fund, obviously being promoted by Homes England, to see if we can secure some upfront funding for the development, whether that be in the form of loan funding or some element of grant funding. So we believe that's a realistic prospect of us securing some grants or loan support for a development of this scale. So those are avenues which we will continue to pursue. But obviously, some of that funding is dependent on the allocation being confirmed, as we talked about yesterday. But we feel that there's opportunities there to get, obviously, public sector support to front load some of that infrastructure. Once you obviously get into the main site, then the more supporting facilities around education and primary health care would be delivered on a phased basis. There is some capacity, as we talked about locally, in terms of education for the initial phases, but the intention is to bring the primary school then on early, and that would be a development cost which we've included within the viability appraisal.
Okay, so are those early, the ones that are critical in the early phases, are they dependent on third parties and as yet unidentified funding? Would that?
I would say it's a collective approach between the developer and third parties to put the infrastructure cost in. So there's an element of the abnormal cost with the bridge, obviously having to go over the wire piddle. So that is something we would work with the developer to put a funding package together to do that. It wouldn't just be public sector funding, but obviously developer contributions towards that cost as well. That doesn't necessarily have to be grant funding. It's more about cash flow with the bridge going in. So the intention would be to work with the landowners and to see how that can be forward funded. With obviously a review through the 106 agreements then as to how that can then be repaid in due course. So we feel there's a realistic prospect of that that is being achievable. The access itself of the A44 is relatively standard, but it's obviously then getting it over the brook itself into the main site, which has a higher cost associated with it.
Okay, so Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, me again. Just for clarity, the critical infrastructure is the road, the bridge over the brook, the education primary school, the active travel route with a flyover of the A44 to the station. Am I right in thinking that's what the critical infrastructure is just being said to be?
That's what I thought it was.
Thank you. Right. Well, apart from the fact it would be good to see a timeline on the road and the bridge, because we do have quite a history, I think, in Worcestershire of A, being slow on bridges, and B, they cost twice as much as you put in the first place. But the education one, I still come back to the confusion over whether there is or isn't to be an early delivery of a primary school. I didn't quote the examination numbers before, and I'm sorry about that. But in examination 40, December, it says it requires early delivery and includes a primary school. In examination 41, also in December, the viability assessment financial appendices, December 24 to 25 or something. Throckmorton Strategic Infrastructure and 106 Assumptions Confidential refers only to 104 places provided at unspecified primary schools. The all-through school is to be operational at the occupation of the 300th dwelling, which is estimated to be in 2032. In other words, that presumably is where the primary children will go, and it's not going to be open until 32. I don't think is a good start when we're trying to build a sustainable town and not have people build their links outside it before the town even has a chance to grow. The active travel route, which is to go over to the A44 and to the railway line. Number one, the railway line, as we know, is not ready because they haven't got a pedestrian bridge. You can't get over to the platform. But also, I'm very unclear on what the route will be from the A44 to the station without having any clarity as to what land it's going on. Thank you.
So are we able to provide some clarity on the school?
So the primary school, and the intention is to bring forward a primary school earlier in the development as the 2032 that David just quoted there indicates. So the primary school.
Can you not hear? Is he? No, that's fine. We'll work that out.
Of course. So the intention is to bring the primary school forward early within the development. I mean, that reflects discussions with Worcestershire County Council. And I think we've got a monitor-manage approach in place for Throckmorton, which will ultimately judge the delivery of the school. As we've talked about Parkway, there's some capacity locally, but limited. Getting a primary school on the site early is obviously going to be important, and I would agree with what was said there about creating a sustainable community. So primary school delivery is something that is seen for the early phases of Throckmorton. But ultimately, that's a monitor-manage approach with the County Council.
So early phases, but not upfront, as was previously thought or understood.
Understood, correct.
I think that's as far as we're going to get with answering that one today. Can we? Perhaps it's one to take away. Could you have a discussion outside of today's meeting on the very specifics of the school? Is that?
I'm saying it doesn't seem to tie in with the documents unless I'm reading them very wrong.
Just to provide some assurance, we're all agreed that a primary school is needed. It's just about the when and just getting the phasing of the delivery right. How it links then to secondary school provision as well. So, there's no doubt that there is a commitment to provide primary school provision on this site.
Thank you. Right, so the next questions are about transport and transport impacts. The first two are about, question 125 is a justification for the electric shuttle bus or equivalent, linking the site with Pershore railway station. I think initially it said Worcestershire Parkway and nearby settlements. So there are some changes proposed on this. Can the council just run us through those? I think it's a deletion of the reference to Worcestershire Parkway and the removal of the word electric has happened. Can we just explain those? Mr. Kells, did you have something on this? Question 125.
Yes, ma'am. I've some questions which are around the whole public transport thing. So I think this would be the appropriate moment to put those in, I think, because they're slightly wider than the shuttle bus, but they include the
Can you hold that for 126 then? Because that's more about, that's about the railway station, which might take us a bit further.
Yeah, so I want to bring in buses as well.
Oh, right, okay.
In terms of the shuttle bus specifically, I think we've all seen developments where you have a promise of a bus which is there for a time that is agreed by the developer with the local council for 5 years to show it's viable, and then turns up and isn't used, and then usually doesn't survive that because it simply isn't viable. So I think we would have questions about how viable a shuttle bus is. It doesn't provide what a service bus provides. That is, it's not going to be a bus that is at a regular time. So it's a quite limited option. And I can understand why local authorities, we've seen it with talk about using park and ride, demand responsive transport. Sorry, the word went out of my head. But demand responsive transport, because the frank truth is that quite often these places are not viable for a service. They're not designed for bus services. And that is the only thing that is actually likely to work or could be done, because they are so car dependent in every way and in design. So we have limited, we have concern. Now, it's now just, as I understand it from what, and we'll come to, I haven't seen the changes. It seems to only be going to Pershore Railway Station. A shuttle bus to Worcester Parkway would seem quite an ambitious operation. But whether it would be viable for that purpose. But it does bring the question, and just before I leave this, and I'll come back to the other questions, access to Pershore Railway Station is being put on quite a high basis. Now, I'm sure that you have visited or will visit and actually look at the situation, and I can see why an active traffic transport infrastructure would be put in, and I don't think that that's a bad thing, but I think that is a very limited benefit, given where the station actually is. If you walk up that road, you'll be aware that there are some domestic properties, and then there are commercial properties. So someone walking to that station has to go past that. If you put in a dedicated bridge, it may make it easier, but it will not necessarily get rid of all the safety issues and all the other issues that would put people off using that link. You've got to cross the A44, and unless a bridge is put up on the A44, you've still got to cross at the crossing over a busy road. And if a bridge is put in, you've got all the issues that is something that puts people off using a link. So we don't consider that the links to Pershore Railway Station are going to be, except by car, and then you come into the question of what is provided at Pershore Road. We don't think that they provide a very strong link, or a link that will be used by a large number of people. And I can think of railway stations. The immediate one, when you think of crossings that I think of, is Bescott Railway Station, near where I live, and it is very off-putting to people because of being located within an industrial and an area that's not considered safe. So I have some concerns about whether that is viable. Thank you.
Thank you. So could you just, if you found the MMs, can we just go through those, and then the points made there about viability, how will it be funded, and when is that coming on stream?
Thank you, ma'am. So the modifications policy, and apologies for the delay for not finding them. So as you've correctly said, it's the deletion of an electric and then continued shuttle bus. So we've just deleted electric, reflecting that could be an alternative form of provision, and then deleted the wording to Worcestershire Parkway. So the link is to Pershore Railway Station, and then we've inserted the words Pershore Town Centre as part of the active travel network. So we've included within the viability work £1 million contribution towards that bus service, or shuttle bus connection that we would be providing. So there is a financial contribution built into the viability appraisal on that. Now, obviously, over time, as development comes forwards, we expect the critical mass then to be there for the take-up of that to become more self-funding. So, but an initial developer contribution is built into the IDP of £1 million to get that service up and running. The active travel bridge, I think I've already talked about, but there's allowances again within the IDP for just over £8 million for the active travel bridge to come in. We see that as an important piece of infrastructure to go alongside the main access road to enable people to get across the A44 safely. And I think, as I've already said, between ourselves and the developer, we'd obviously pursue funding sources from the developer directly, but also look at potential to forward fund some of that cost, so that can come in early as part of the development.
Briefly then, if you, yep.
Yes, a very specific question. Does the council then have a time that it expects that it will be subsidising the bus for before it expects it to be taken out of its control and based on actual patronage?
I think it'd be around about 5 years from if you look at the development trajectory. That would take us more towards the end of the plan period, but you would then be getting towards that critical mass of getting to nearly 2,000 homes there. But as I said, an early contribution from the developer. We've got the monitor manage approach in there as well. So the other point which I was just going to make, which I think is important, is the shuttle bus service to Pershore then would link into a much wider network. We talked about the X50 bus service that provides, connecting into Worcestershire Parkway. So I think it just adds to the overall sustainability of this location.
Thank you. Cross Parish Working Group.
Just really to say that the justification for a shuttle bus, particularly to Pershore Station, is only going to be supported by demand if the service from Pershore Railway Station is deemed adequate and appropriate for people's needs. Otherwise, they will jump in their cars and they will drive to Parkway, or they will drive to Evesham, where the services are different and not relying on the same problems that we know that Pershore Railway Station currently has. Thank you.
Thank you. So I am going to move on then to question 126 and the proposed enhancements there. So again, there's another main modification proposed for that one.
That is correct, ma'am. So we've proposed the deletion of the 500 car parking spaces linking it to Frogmorton. The reason for that is that those proposals are not directly related to Frogmorton and are coming forward in any case. Yeah, and second platform as well is just deleted from that policy as well. Again, that is subject to a separate, as we talked about yesterday in relation to Parkway, separate outline business cases being prepared for the Cotswolds dualling, which would obviously lead to improvements at Pershore as well.
Thank you. PS Planning, did you have something on the railway station?
Kind of. It's a question about pedestrian access to the railway station, which I held back from earlier, so I'll make that now. With respect to pedestrian access, my client advises me that it's around about, from experience, it's around about 52 minutes to walk to the station at present. Obviously, if the sort of southwestern angled links, as per the concept plan, go in, then that would, foreshorten that time somewhat. But I think looking at if you look at the town centre, you're probably still looking at a good 30 minutes, potentially, to walk to the station. So probably not a lot of people will do that, particularly if there's any issues.
To walk to the station from where?
Sorry, from the town, what's shown as the town centre on the concept plan. I'm just picking a spot, sorry. So I would recommend that that's probably around about 30 minutes. So some people might do that, but probably not a lot if you've got stuff to carry or you've got mobility issues. And potentially, if you look at the phase 2 lands to the north of the airfield, or indeed, which is, much of which is to the north of Long Lane, you're probably still looking again, around about 45, 50 minutes to walk. So I think I would really just query the ability and the sort of likelihood of people actually doing that on foot. Thanks.
Thank you. Are they on similar points, and then I'll go back to the council afterwards, is it?
I just wanted to say that I thought that the justification of proposing enhancements to Pershore Railway Station had already been dropped on the comments that have been sent back. That A, they weren't necessary for Throckmorton. And B, Network Rail, I think have even pulled out their money for helping with the bridge over the railway line, as has the County Council. And so I was a bit surprised that I think the question is out of date now because everybody's saying we can't do it.
That is what the proposed modification proposes, is to delete that requirement in relation to Throckmorton, because it is obviously being delivered separately by the County Council in partnership with the District Council. So the expanded car parking is going to happen in any case. That's why we've proposed the removal of it from that policy.
I think I was told that that Wychavon are being told that they are only to be doing a car parking space for 48 houses or something. 48 cars, I mean. I don't know if...
I think it might be another one that needs taking offline from this particular meeting, if that's okay. The council didn't get a chance to respond to it's not Mr. Pearce, but Pearce Planning.
I think the point in relation is that why we're proposing a range of travel options to the station, with obviously the shuttle bus service, cycling and walking facilities. So this is accessible by bike, you wouldn't necessarily have to take the car. Shuttle bus will provide a direct location to the station, and it overall provides a very sustainable route. Within walking distance, I would say as well, but if you don't feel like you could walk from certain parts of the development, you'll have the offer of bus or cycling routes in combination.
Okay, thanks. We have those points. Yes.
Thank you. Ian mentioned 500 car parking spaces. That firstly is accepting that the travel will be used by car, not by the active travel route. And secondly, is 500 car parking spaces enough for 5,000 houses? Throckmorton will not be within walking distance of the railway station, because it's over a mile away. I just wanted to question the 500 car parking spaces. Thank you.
Can you help with that?
Thank you, Mark. So Pershore has limited car parking spaces at the moment as a station. So we're aware, obviously, with the County Council of people commuting then to Parkway because they can't park at Pershore. So it's obviously serving a much wider catchment than just Throckmorton. So the proposals to improve car parking options there relate to the delivery of better infrastructure for the rail network overall and the community around Pershore and the wider area. So they do have the option to park there rather than necessarily driving to Parkway directly. But I think I'd be repeating myself in relation to Throckmorton.
Thank you. CPRA?
Thank you. Just before we get on to the station specifically, on the walking point, Mr. McLeod earlier referred to people walking from the development to get the X50. McLeod doesn't normally get things wrong, but I don't think that's very possible. The X50 goes to the High Street in Pershore, which is 2.5 miles from the A44, let alone from the middle of the development. It doesn't go along the A44. So I'm not sure where the bus stop would be that they would get it from. I just wanted to make that point. It was emphasised earlier. And I think that might have been a mistake. In terms of the railway station, what's in the policy that will be delivered before development happens, we're told, assuming it is delivered before, is simply a bridge over to the railway station. We're now saying that the 500 parking spaces is divorced from it, which I can understand why. But the converse of that is if the 500 car parking spaces don't happen, there are not 500 car parking spaces for people who are coming from Throckmorton from this new development to go to the station, and therefore, if that's not delivered, then it adds to the fact that it is car dependent. So then the question comes as to whether the station will be delivered and is delivered. There seems to be a long way to go through, and other people are much closer to this than me. But clearly at the moment, it's on the wish list, along with the doubling of the rail line, and there's an awful long way to go. And the policy is not making that something that has to happen before this development happens, or that this development is going to make happen. So I have some concerns about whether the station is delivered, and what happens if the station isn't delivered. Even if it is delivered, you still have the problem that it's still reasonably small and the access is difficult. The other issue with regard to the station is that obviously it's on the North Cotswold line, but it's not on other lines. So if I were someone who was driving from the development, why would I stop there if I needed to get a train where I needed to go to Worcester Parkway? So I think there's a high likelihood that a significant amount of potential rail travellers will be people who would travel by car to Worcester Parkway. And of course, that has implications for the network getting to Worcester Parkway. So I have some significant doubts when it comes to the station being an answer to make this a sustainable site.
Thank you. So, yeah, so apologies for the mistake on the X50. So B484 the X50 runs down, and we're proposing a direct shuttle bus connecting to the X50 route. So that is the intention there. So thank you for pointing that out. The proposals in relation to Pershore, we have aspirations to improve Pershore railway station as part of SWDP R6. Obviously, the earlier strategic policies, there is a general aspiration overall from the various partners to improve facilities there. Does that directly go back to whether Throckmorton is a sustainable development or not? We just don't believe so. The reality is Throckmorton is close to that station. It will benefit from the services which it provides, which includes direct links to London. Could easily get to Worcester Parkway from there. So, I won't repeat myself, but the overall sustainability of this location is very strong, and that was reflected in the essay points.
So I think the question was more about if the enhancements are now taken out of the plan and the policy and are being delivered elsewhere, how will that be assured?
So, well, the improvements there in terms of the Cotswolds line and the dualling of the Cotswolds line is not something we're saying is critical. Is that the point? So you're talking about car parking spaces specifically. So, I mean, we don't believe in terms of Throckmorton, we can't link that directly back to the development because we're planning to bring that forward anyway. If the appropriate place for Pershore railway station car parking improvements would be in SWDP R6, which relates to railway enhancements across the district areas. So, we feel there's adequate text within there which would support the improvements of the station. We've talked about vehicle capacity enhancements is directly referenced in that policy. So there is clearly a policy basis for that to come forward. It's then a matter for delivery between us and the County Council. And Wychavon District Council is obviously a landowner there and can help facilitate that.
Thank you. Sorry, did you want to come back briefly?
Very briefly, there is a huge difference between the X50 going to this site and the shuttle bus, which you would have to get to Pershore to try and meet the X50 at whatever timetable it is. It's not a every 5-minute bus, and then get a bus in. So the disincentive to use that to get to Worcester or Pershore would be quite high.
So
Thank you. Just an observation, at 5,000 houses, potentially 10,000 people. If, for example, 20% of those people were going to use the train, which is being fed by the bus, that means that bus would have to carry 2,000 people. If there wasn't a bus that big, then there would be a queue of buses. Thank you.
Anything to add? Or yeah, that's. Okay. So we'll move to question 127. That's about impacts from the development on the transport network, some of which we have touched on, but this is the specific question relating to that. So the transport evidence has been updated following the submission of the plan and published prior to us issuing our MIQs. There was some transport modelling done and mitigation proposals identified. Can the council just talk us through those? Well, in a manner as introduction, how the transport impacts have been assessed.
Thank you, Ma'am. So the transport impacts have been assessed from the Worcestershire Strategic Transport Model. That model has been developed by Worcestershire County Council and it looks at the whole of the Worcestershire area. And then specifically with National Highways, we've developed the micro-sim models, which are looking at Junction 6, Junction 7 and Junction 9 of the M5. So they go to a different level of detail. But the strategic model provides a robust basis for looking at the allocations as a whole. They've been modelled both with and without mitigation. And what the modelling shows in relation to Throckmorton is once mitigation is put into the model, the effect of the traffic growth can be effectively mitigated.
Thank you, and that's all set out in your statement. I don't really have any additional points, but I'll open that up. Mr. Kells, just before we start, I'm very conscious that we had a discussion yesterday about modelling.
I'm very, don't worry, you're not going to get my full comments on modelling again. I just wanted to make a couple of brief points. Obviously, the modelling comments I made are slightly behind them. And I suppose the one very general point is the one I made, that we have two models and the SWDP model does not deal with what happens with junction 6 and 7, which was in the other one. So the conclusions in that are incomplete in that sense. However, what they're very clear on is that there is a huge growth in traffic from the Throckmorton development. And it's particularly on the A44, A4538 route. And you can see, if you went to table 8.1 of the exam 43, which is the transport modelling report, figure 8.1, which is the list of roads, you can see on the A44, A4538 route, the increase in traffic from the do nothing to the do minimum is quite extreme. So you're talking 9 minutes. When you do the do something, that does go down and is mitigated to an extent. But the increase in time doesn't go away, and you're still talking 4 minutes on average, 4 to 5 minutes on average on their modelling for the A44, A4538 route. This is not surprising. The earlier work that I think it was Jacobs did for them specifically on Throckmorton had identified that it would cause additional traffic on congestion. So I suppose the thing is you have to be content that their approach of each junction being improved will resolve that and will not lead to problems elsewhere. And in 10.5 of the Transport Modelling Report, they accept that Throckmorton will have effect on the A44, A4538, and they say they will not be severe. Now, I think they will certainly be significant, they will be noticeable, and moreover, I think that there is some question. We've just had the 500 car park debate. If the public transport that they're assuming will work doesn't work, then it's likely to have congestion impacts. So that's the one point. And the other point that I made, which is equally going to be brief, is in regard to climate change. Because what they've obviously modelled is AM, PM peak, quite rightly, because they're seeking to reduce congestion. But we have to think about the generation of traffic in terms of its SWP SWP1C, and the aim, which is to reduce traffic. And as I said at the very outset in regard to Throckmorton, we think it is not in a good location in sustainability terms, and therefore, if you were minded to think it should be removed or should be reduced in size, we think that would be consistent with the climate change aspirations of the MPPF and of the council's plan. So those are the 2 points that I would make in regard to that. We do think that there is a congestion issue, and we're not convinced that has been fully answered or dealt with. Shorter.
No, thank you. Oh, it's off. Thank you. And that wasn't, I didn't mean to be dismissive of your modelling. All I meant was we heard it yesterday and we'll bring it across to today.
No, I know. I'm sure you don't want it tried.
Thank you.
I'll keep it very brief because I answered the same question yesterday. So the National Highways have used the basis of the strategic model in terms of junction 6 and 7, and they are completely satisfied with the modelling work which has been done. If they weren't satisfied, they would be raising concerns about the modelling undertaken. So they are comfortable. Worcestershire County Council have developed the Worcestershire Strategic Transport Model. There's obviously the Highway Authority, and again, they are satisfied that the impact on the local road network in relation to Throckmorton can be mitigated. We believe strongly that the modelling is robust, and the mitigation there, can be provided. Importantly, in Throckmorton's case, we haven't assumed an internalisation rate here because it's a smaller development than Parkway. So, we haven't assumed that in Parkway, we talked about the 40% internalisation rate. We haven't assumed that for Throckmorton for this phase of the plan because of the level of growth that we're proposing there. So we actually suspect that, we'd expect that to improve as the development goes beyond the plan periods and greater degrees of internalisation are provided. So we're very comfortable that our approach on Throckmorton is robust. The point on climate change is, I've gone back to this point time and time again, this site is well located close to a railway station. I'm slightly confused by CPRE because if we didn't have Throckmorton in as a largely brownfield site, we'd have to find another site somewhere elsewhere, which would no doubt be a greenfield site somewhere. So I'm struggling to see the general points they're making.
That's fine. Thank you. Piers Planning.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of quick queries. Yes, with respect to the modelling, has adequate sensitivity testing been undertaken just to ensure that if the modal shift suggested isn't achieved, what the actual impacts would be then? And then, excuse me, related to that, travel planning. And of course, we're all familiar with the standard travel planning conditions, which are soon forgotten, following 1 or 2 years following occupation of developments. With the council, what is the council proposing to do in this respect? Would you maintain active management of the travel planning to make sure that the modal shift is actually achieved over time? Thanks.
So as I've said in response to the first question, we haven't assumed modal shift internalisation. So, that will come forward later on. So the modelling has been done on very much a worst case scenario in relation to Throckmorton. We would expect, as I said, internalisation, modal shift to happen
further on. In terms of the development, what we focus on with Throckmorton is providing a whole range of public transport options, but the modelling has been done on a worst case scenario, and it's a very robust assessment.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move now to viability and those questions that I alluded to earlier that sort of link in with viability, so the affordable housing and the other things. So that's question 1, 2, 3. What is the evidence that the proposed new settlement would be viable? So the authorities refer to the strategic site viability report from December 24. That's exam 41 and 41A that we have had reference to already this morning, and provides the latest cost information from the IDP. So the IDP sets out some requirements for public sector intervention. I suppose the question for that is what's the extent of that under the different scenarios?
So there's an assumption there of across the whole scale of the development of £12,000 per unit, which equates to 60 million across the whole scheme. That brings obviously the viability back in line and generates a positive brownfield land value for the site overall of in excess of 480,000 per acre. So probably again looking at the quantum of this site as a whole, that is 4% of the gross development value. So relatively, it sounds a big number obviously, but in the context of this scheme, where the GDV is significant, it's only 4% of the GDV overall.
Okay, anybody with questions? Oh, yes. Harris Strategic.
Yes, I think I just heard Mr. McLeod say that there was it was unviable to the tune of £60 million. Is that correct?
I'll let you respond directly.
No, I didn't say that. We consider it. No, I didn't say that. We believe there's a realistic prospect of getting public sector support to unlock a development of this scale. It isn't completely dependent on public sector support. And as I've said, the values which we've put in there are effective 4% of the GDV for this site overall, which reflects back to about £12,000 per unit.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. The viability report actually says that unviability is £18,000 per unit, not £12,000 per unit.
Thank you, ma'am. So just to come back on those points. So even if you assume no grant funding at all, the scheme still generates nearly £200 million worth of profit. And can you just give me that number again?
And a residual land value of over £140,000 per acre. 141 million, sorry. 141 million in total as the residual land value. So that's assuming no public sector support whatsoever.
I think what was referred to was the unit value, the unit values, and the words. I think the two figures are based on different scenarios. Can you explain those?
Sorry. I'll bring in Mr. Aspinall Verdi to cover these more detailed points.
Thank you. So I think it's important you understand the full context of the viability appraisal. So I think Mr. Harris is talking about the specifics of that grant assumption, but you have to sort of take a higher level view and look at all of the appraisal assumptions. So in our viability reports, in the appendix are our appraisals where we've got the sensitivity tables, and I draw your attention to those. So there is a sensitivity table, table 8, the final sensitivity table there, and that shows the impact of different quantums of grant funding. So the baseline assumption is that £12,000 a unit, and that shows that you can get somewhere between 35 and 40% affordable housing, but that is predicated on the baseline set of assumptions in the round. So it's not correct to say it's 12,000 or nothing, or it's 18,000 or nothing, or it's nothing. There's no grant funding, but you can see the spread there of the impact of a range of grant funding quantums. But then it's also important that you look at some of the other sensitivity tables 1 to 7, which highlight all various combinations of other variables. So particularly in this case, there's a significant challenge around land value because it has an existing use, there are existing occupiers on the site. It's not highly green field, it's a standing investments and rental income for the landowners on the industrial estate and so on. So that constitutes quite a high existing use land value in sort of PPG terms, which has to be overcome. Of course, over time, as parts of the site become more obsolete, you expect those existing use values to wane, and tenants will move out. There'll be more challenges around the existing stock of property, around energy performance certificates and so on. That requires increasing investment to maintain that existing use. Then eventually, over time, those lines will cross, and there'll be greater viability. And so the existing use curve will fall, and the alternative use value for residential will rise. And I think that's what's illustrated in our sensitivity tables there. So particularly the table around benchmark land value, table 4, we've got over 400,000 an acre benchmark land value, which is over double the land value of the other greenfield strategic sites in this area. And like I say, so that there has to be a realisation that change of use and change of development predicated on the existing use values falling and the alternative use values rising. You can see that quite clearly on that spreadsheet, on that table.
Some money to get it going.
The big scheme, clearly, 5,000 units. And so there are always challenges, cash flow challenges. So public sector money, that's often the case these days that public sector money doesn't come in the form of a grant. They don't just hand over public sector money for projects of any scale. It tends to be a loan or to help the cash flow to allow big infrastructure items to be put in up front, so that eases the developer's cash flow and makes things more viable and more deliverable. So we'd expect that as the scheme gets closer to the point where it's going to be delivered, that those conversations should take place with government, like of Homes England, and those business cases be made for funding for those relevant pieces of big ticket infrastructure that might be required up front.
So I suppose, so is that what's going to happen here, but further, that hasn't happened yet, it'll be further down the line. So I've put you on the spot for something that maybe the council should
I'm quite happy to answer that. And as I said in response to the earlier answer, we've already preparing funding bids for Frogmorton. So we've submitted a funding bid for the Housing Accelerator Programme for Frogmorton. And I think as Mr. Aspinall said there, I mean, the challenges of Frogmorton in terms of cash flow are no different to any strategic site. So it's just how we front load some of that infrastructure. It's not necessarily grant funding. It's good, can we get some loan finance here, which will help with that cash flow situation.
Sorry, ma'am, if I could come back on some of those points, please, from Mr. Aspinall. I'm reading from the conclusions of the strategic site viability assessment, and you might want to refer to subparagraph 7.79 and 7.82 if you consider this further. And it says the Throgmorton New Settlement Scheme is marginally unviable, even with the inclusion of potential public sector intervention of £12,000 per unit, which is £60 million over the 5,000 units. And it says, while the scheme generates a positive residual land value, this does not match the benchmark land value required by the landowners, or considered to be required by the landowners, to bring the site forward for development. But if funding is secured at an increase figure from £12,000 to £18,000 per unit, they should be able to match the benchmark land value and the expectations of the landowners. So this site has more of a funding gap than we were talking about yesterday for Worcester Parkway. At Worcester Parkway, Homes England obviously seem to be very committed because they have a piece of the pie. They have a land holding at the town centre. I don't see Homes England here today. I might be missing them. And I'm not sure that this is a particularly high priority site. So I have doubts about its viability going forward and whether it doesn't fall into that category again of a stalled site. So thank you very much.
Yeah, that's noted. Thank you. Would you like to add anything more? Yeah.
Well, I think just draw your attention to the evidence that's already submitted, and it's important that you look at the conclusions in their entirety, rather than nobody wants to be sort of cherry picking the results, but you can see in there that there's a whole range of uses, there's existing uses with a whole range of different values attributed to them. So we've done some high-level analysis with a spreadsheet where we've tried to identify what those uses are, be very, very specific about those uses, and that's how we arrived at that 480,000 per acre. But that still, at the end stage, will require a lot more interrogation, formal valuation processes will need to take place to demonstrate those things. So if you look then back to the MIQs, the response to MIQs, we do say that, I mean, slight adjustments to the benchmark land value, if you take more pragmatic approach to EUVs with developers wanting to redevelop, then it won't take much to swing the balance. But again, I think can't restate enough. It's important that you look at it against all of those, all of the variables that make up that residual appraisal.
That's helpful, thank you. I'll go to Savills.
Thank you. I mean, most of the comments I was going to make have actually been made by Harris Strategic already in relation to the viability and the conclusions of the Aspinall Verdi work, which I'm not a viability consultant, so I would take the conclusions as they are, face value, that the scheme's not viable and it requires significant amounts of funding. And then also just in terms of that rated before, in terms of cash flow, there's a significant amount of infrastructure needed before even the first houses come out, can be sold on this site. So that just further exacerbates the viability issues here.
I'll go to Harris Lamb and then I'll come back to the council.
Thank you, Anne. The site is supposedly deliverable, but the evidence sort of set out says it needs public funding in order for it to be deliverable. So is the site deliverable at the moment, or is it deliverable once public funding has been secured? Again, I don't doubt the council being able to secure public funding at some point, and at the requisite time to be able to secure it and deliver the requisite levels of affordable housing. It comes back to a timing point again. It's that, yes, in the fullness of time, that is all possible, but what happens in the interim before that is achieved? And that comes back to our fundamental point about, does the council need a plan B if their plan A doesn't deliver as expected?
Would you like to come back on those two? Yeah.
I think what we'd just like to identify is that public sector funding that we're talking about, that gets you to 40% affordable housing. And even without public sector funding, the residual land value is still over 230,000 an acre. Significant residual land values. I mean, the other thing is, the baseline set of assumptions include high proportions of social rented accommodation in the affordable housing. So there are lots of levers that can be pulled as we get closer to delivery to make the scheme more viable and livable.
Thank you. Do you want to come back briefly?
Thank you. Sorry, a very simplistic lever would be a site with no other significant infrastructure costs, which would then be viable to deliver 40% affordable housing. And so that's the alternative we've suggested.
Cross Paris, can't say it, Cross Paris, yeah.
Thank you. Just three short points. Ma'am, you put the question to Mr. Aspinall as to, I'm probably going to put it rather more crudely than you did, but you put to the council whether they needed funding to get the scheme off the ground. Did you need the funding at the outset? I don't think Mr. Aspinall was able to give a direct answer, but the answer to that question must be yes, because later on in the development, you're building and selling houses and generating an income. So it seems to me if there's a need for £60 million, the lion's share of that must be needed as a matter of common sense at the start. Second point, it was said by Mr. MacLeod that not all of it will be a grant. Some of it will be a question of managing cash flow and loans. And I just struggling to understand how that affects the viability, because the annoying thing about a loan is you've got to pay the money back with interest. So I'm not sure how a loan alters the viability of the site over the whole course of the development. A loan, in my view, is neutral or mildly negative because you've got to pay interest on it. I don't see how the absence of grants would affect the viability. And thirdly, to pick up on the point made by Mr. Pearce, that the uncertainty about grants and loans risks causing further delay and slippage with the trajectory. I would pose 4 questions which arise from that. Firstly, is there any reason to think that this scheme is a priority over other schemes? Secondly, what's the time frame for making bids? And thirdly, at what stage can you make the bid? I suspect if you're making a bid to Homes England, you need to be at the planning application stage before the bid can be made. So the point is that a lot of this uncertainty won't ever be resolved until we're at the stage of planning application, way after now and the SPD. And fourthly, to adopt Mr. Pearce's expression, is there a plan B? And I think the council's position, although I can well understand they don't want to put it this crudely, I think it's the council's position that if they can't get the public sector funding, then that would be fatal to the viability of the scheme. I think that's a logical corollary of their case. I understand why they perhaps publicly don't want to put it in those stark terms, but it seems to me that is the inevitable consequence. Thank you.
I mean, that last point was just completely wrong because it is not fatal to the scheme. And that is the point. You then, as Mr. Aspinall said, get into the other mechanisms within the viability appraisal. So, we talked about affordable housing. I mean, obviously the council is committed to achieving as high a percentage as possible, which is why we're pursuing these funding opportunities, because we want to get to 40% affordable housing. But SWDP 18 on affordable housing does have that mechanism within it. So the point from Mr. Aspinall's appraisals is it's not fatal to the development if we don't get funding coming through. There are other mechanisms then for us to look at in terms of affordable housing, tenure mix, etc., which will improve the cash flow situation. But we believe there's a realistic prospect. We've already submitted bids with Homes England, and there's other avenues, as we heard yesterday, in relation to Worcestershire Parkway, which would help make this development viable and push us much closer to that 40% percentage that we want to achieve.
If you refer back also to our 2022 report, so these reports and appraisals are only done at a point in time. So 2022, it was a much clearer conclusion at that point that things were viable. We've had a period recently of higher interest rates, higher inflation on construction costs. So that's made the challenges all the more greater. Hence, funding bids and so on have come forward. So what I'm trying to say is that over the lifetime of this project, we will enter other market cycles, and there will be the inflationary pressures will wane in terms of the construction costs, and there'll be scope then to bring forward these schemes.
The only other point, Mark, I just wanted to add is obviously within the appraisals, there is the 37 million for clearing up a brownfield site and the benefits which that will bring in terms of brownfield remediation and to the wider community.
Okay. Anybody else with anything on question 1, 2, 3? No. Okay. Oh.
So just a quick one. I guess if we are serious about assisting Malvern Optical with relocation in some respect, does that need to be factored into viability? Again, I go back to the Filton Airfield example that I referenced earlier, where BAE Systems helped to cover that cost. Thank you.
I think Mr. Aspinall has already answered that in terms of the baseline value.
That's fine, thank you. I think we need to break for lunch. There isn't that much more to cover, but we're pushing it, I think, if we try to do that now. So if we break for lunch now, it's 1:05. say 2 or a bit before? Yeah, 2 o'clock. We'll resume at 2 and that gives everyone plenty of time. Thank you. Okay, it's 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, so we'll resume. We'd got as far as matter question 128, which was, would the requirement for 40% affordable housing be effective and is it justified? So we have discussed this, the affordable housing matter and the 40% requirement in previous sessions in general terms and relation to other strategic sites that we've considered before today. So can the council just start us off by outlining how that requirement is effective at Throckmorton in particular?
Thank you, Martin. Yes, obviously the evidence base justifying the 40% itself we've discussed in earlier sessions, so I won't repeat that now. Specifically in terms of Throckmorton, we believe that it is viable at 40%, and there's obviously, we've heard the evidence from Mr. Aspinall earlier on as to how you get to there, so I won't repeat that. There's obviously some assumptions you need to make to get to 40%, but the policy approach obviously allows flexibility if we can't get there. So, but I won't go over Mr. Aspinall's evidence again, as that was pretty comprehensive on that point.
That's helpful, thank you. Anybody got anything on question 128? Okay. So question 129 is about the density of 40 dwellings per hectare and what the evidence is for that requirement. It relates to consistency with the framework, paragraphs 124 and 125. Both of those concern achieving appropriate densities. So the authority statement refers to policy 15, which we have looked at already and concerns the effective use of land. We discussed that last week, and it is worded to allow some flexibility, I think, at the strategic allocation. Did you have anything to add on that?
Nothing further on density.
Nobody else. So question 130 moves on to the justification for the specific education requirements set out in criterion D of the policy. So that's explained in the authority's statement as well, and says that it's set out in the IDP exam 40 and is based on the County Council's education planning obligations policy. I didn't have any more questions on that, so Councillor Tucker.
It's just been explained to me that the primary school at the early stages is going to be built by, well, via the County Council normal education scheme routes. So I withdraw that. But I do note that in 52DV in phase 2, it says a monitor and managing approach will be applied throughout. So I can hardly say that that's specific. I don't think there are any specifics once you put that phrase into the SD, what's it called? The document.
Sorry, just to be clear, which clause we talking?
I'm talking about S52D. MRQs make no clarification. Start again.
It's fine. If you know what you're doing, then we'll listen to the response. Thank you.
So the modification which is proposed here says, yeah, so it states that the monitor and manage approach will be applied throughout both phases of the development by Worcestershire County Council, South Worcestershire Councils and the developer to ensure timely delivery of the education facilities. So I think we've discussed that in relation to the other strategic sites. So that doesn't, just to assure the council, it doesn't undermine the commitment to provide schools on site and primary schools on site. It's purely about the timing and the phasing of delivery.
Did you want to respond? Are you? No, okay. Okay, so moving on to question 131, what is the justification for the proposed retail services and other community facilities set out in criterion D6? Can the council just outline their response on that? I think that again is referencing back to the IDP.
That is correct. So obviously there's a development of this scale, as you would expect, going up to nearly 5,000 houses post the plan period. You'd expect a range of uses, including town centre facilities, which would be at the heart of the community, and other supporting facilities around that, whether that be doctors or healthcare facilities. So the policy approach recognises that, and for the scale of development, local centres would need to be provided. That's consistent with the approach within the MPPF.
Nobody with anything on 131? Okay, then we move on to the remaining ones, the sort of more general other matters. The first one concerns question 132, is the proposed provision for gypsy and traveller sites and whether that would be effective. So we will consider this matter later in the programme in week 4 under matter 7. And I'm not sure there's anything else particularly that we need to discuss here in this session from my point of view, because it will be picked up there. Unless anybody else has anything on that. No. So question 133, what is meant by an energy and carbon strategy? And when are the design codes to be prepared? There are some MMs on this. Could you talk us through those?
Thank you. So we're proposing a modification to remove that requirement at criterion D7. And what we're proposing instead is that the SPD will help clarify the ways that the development can achieve best practice. But obviously we're, as you would expect, falling in line with the more national standards on building regulations overall.
On the design codes, I think is that also to be picked up within the SPD?
Sorry, on the yes, that is correct.
Councillor Tucker.
Thank you. Yes, on the energy and carbon strategy, a big point that has been made in the past about the carbon neutrality and energy efficiency of this development was that, and it was stated before, that the renewable energy would be generated on the site. And it's very disappointing to see the council reneging on that and backing off to a very general statement, which really doesn't mean very much at all. I feel that the community locally has been let down in that respect, because one of the positive aspects of the development, which was being promoted, was that the development would be served and powered by renewable energy generated on the site. And that was the specific statement beforehand.
And just to assure councillors, I can still the aspiration there to exceed the national standards. But obviously there is a written ministerial statement in relation to this point, so we've put in a proposed modification to deal with that issue.
Was there a previous approach then in terms of renewables to be generated up?
The previous approach is trying to exceed the national standards, so that's why we've proposed modifications to that effect. Still the aspiration to provide energy, obviously on site, and we'll look at that through the SPD, but the modifications were to bring it in line with national policy.
Okay, so questions 134 and 135 relate to heritage assets and how those have been assessed or taken into account. Can you outline, the background?
Yes, so thank you, Marvin. So I've probably covered some of this stuff in these points in previous answers. Obviously, the concept plan has been informed by a heritage site appraisal, and that is reflected in the concept plan which has been developed, obviously seeking to protect known heritage assets, requiring the development to undertake archaeological surveys. We've recognised the Throckmorton village is situated within a scheduled ancient monument. So there's a number of heritage constraints on there, and we've taken those into account in the development of the concept plan.
Okay. That's all right. Yeah, and I should say that's lots of these are set out in statements as well. So it's just giving the opportunity. It's not that we haven't heard anything. We have. It's just to give the opportunity for anybody else to speak on it. So question 136 is about infrastructure.
Sorry to keep coming back. The archaeology discovered during the foot and mouth exercise was accepted as a national importance, and the English, whatever their name was at the time, the English heritage people were saying that yes, it needed. They thought it would be suitable for becoming a monument, and that they would not do it until there was threat of use of that land. That has been confirmed twice by letters via the previous MP, Peter Luff, and response from English Heritage to the Minister. And at the moment, it is with English Heritage again, or as part of the same exercise, and we haven't heard any more. So it is a serious area, and I mean, my husband goes out every so often and picks up Roman pottery from the field that isn't even in the monument site. It's just one of those areas. So I don't think it should be treated as doesn't really matter. I think it's much wider than the specific places that were discovered in the foot and mouth exercise. Thank you.
Mr. Kells.
Thank you. We are very glad that the council has said that it's committed to the heritage protection. The thing we noticed on the concept plan when it looks at separation is we have separation from Bishampton and from Privin, but not from Throckmorton. Throckmorton is where there's a lot of heritage assets. So we had a question mark about that. And then following on from that, we just have a question mark about the approach in the policy. And I'm very aware of the discussion we had yesterday about the power of SPDs, what happens before an SPD is in place. What a concept plan means. So there isn't anything actually in the policy that creates any kind of gap. I think strategic gap is the term that's used, that guarantees the gap with Bishampton, albeit significant gaps, I'm being told. My colleague, Mr. King, who was here at other discussions, but we haven't got any guarantee of those strategic gaps within the policy. So we would like to see, we think it may be appropriate to put some policy wording in, not just reliant on the concept plan, which ensured that there would be, that suitable gaps would be provided with existing settlements to protect the heritage assets. We haven't looked at heritage in that much detail, so we're happy to pass that over and say that the people better positioned for the wording and the exact nature of that. But it seems to me that there is a risk of speculative development which would undermine the good aims of the council in regard to heritage. Thank you.
Yeah, would the council like to respond on the suggestion about gaps or significant gaps? Whether
We don't believe a significant gap is necessary here. We believe that can be dealt with through the master plan development and the SPD. We all acknowledge there needs to be a buffer between Bishampton. The concept plan as well shows the buffers between Frogmorton and Pinvin. Directly on the historic assets, we've got no objection to this allocation from Historic England, which I think is important to note. We fully recognise the archaeological value of the site. Our archaeologist is very excited about its potential, and there's up to nearly £3 million allocated within the IDP to do the archaeological work. So, we recognise it's a significant asset, and more work certainly needs to be done before development comes forward.
Thank you. No, that's everybody. Okay, so I'll move to question 136, which is about the IDP and the infrastructure to be provided. So there's an MM to this, I think, to G. I think it largely to recognise that the IDP is not part of the plan, and to
That is correct. So the reference there is to G 52G to remove reference to the IDP and to clarify how infrastructure is delivered and add reference to the SPD.
thank you for that. Okay, so that's the last of the questions on Throckmorton. So that's been a really useful discussion for us. Thank you. There's obviously a number of issues that we'll need to take away. And in comparison to the discussions we had yesterday on Worcestershire Parkway, it's clear that obviously proposals here aren't at the same level or are as far advanced as we looked at then. So obviously in light of that, we'll need to think about developability, deliverability of the site. We might need to consider whether it's more a broad location for growth, as referred to in the framework, instead of a specific deliverable site, but there's a lot for us to think about. So thanks everybody for your help and contributions to this session. Unless anyone's got anything else, we'll end this one here. No, we'll have a short break, literally just to allow for the room to be rejigged. Yeah, so can we come back at 2:30? Thank you.
Right, good afternoon, everybody. It's now just about 2:30. Time to move on to our next strategic policy we wish to discuss, which relates to the Rushwick expanded settlement. As we've got few new faces around the table, we'll very quickly go round for just brief introduction, starting with the councils.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you. My name is Miss Suzanne Ormsby, King's Counsel. I represent the three authorities promoting the plan. I'll try and get it right this time. To my right, I have Mr. MacLeod, who is Director of Planning and Infrastructure at Wychhaven and Malvern Hills. To his right, we have Mr. Doug Lee, who is Head of Development Planning at Wychhaven and Malvern Hills. To his right, we have Mr. Andy Ford, Principal Planning Officer at Wychhaven and Malvern Hills. And then to his right, we have Miss Emily Barker, who is Head of Planning and Transport Planning at Worcestershire County Council.
Thank you. We'll carry on around the table then. Savills, please.
Oh yeah, Andrea Kaplan from Savills, representing Rainier Developments.
Good afternoon, Mark Rose from Define Planning and Design, representing William Davis Homes.
Hello again, Charlie Banner, KC, for St Modwen, Worcestershire Parkway.
Good afternoon, Rebecca Palmer, Senior Planning Manager, St Modwen, representing Merton College at Worcestershire Parkway. Thank you.
Good afternoon, James Bonner at Turley, representing Bellway.
Good afternoon, Aidan Card, resident of Rushwick.
Good afternoon, it's Robert Jenkins from Rushwick Parish Council, and this is Steve Hemsworth from Rushwick Parish Council.
Dr. Peter King, Chairman CPRE Worcestershire, and I have with me Gerald Kells, our consultant.
Good afternoon, Chris Chiverton, Barwood Land Promoters at Rushwick.
Kat Seeger, Viability at Turnhamore, assisting Barwood.
Dave Neal from DTA, I represent Barwood Land.
Guy Wakefield from Ridge & Partners, representing Barwood Land.
Thank you and welcome to you all. So we've set a number of questions out in our MIQs. As this, I think, now is the fourth of the largest sites we've come to discuss, we have rehearsed a number of the questions already with the councils and some of the participants around the table. And so we'll probably ask the council to give just a very brief view on a number of things rather than repeat everything that's said before. But those people who haven't yet participated, you have the full opportunity to say what you need to say. Okay, we don't need to hear, I'm sure Mr. MacLeod doesn't want to say the same thing possibly for a fourth time. Okay, we'll start with the overall principles. And as with the other sites, we pose some more possibly generic questions about how the location was identified and how the extent was defined. If you wish very briefly to rehearse that, Mr. MacLeod, I think that'll be helpful. And then if people have got the more general comments about the principle, we'll mop those up now, and then we'll go into more detailed matters afterwards. Mr. MacLeod.
Thank you, sir. So obviously Rushwick is very close to the existing city, obviously the city of Worcester. It's 3 kilometres, 3 miles, I should say, from Worcester Foregate Station. It benefits already from a range of cycling connections into the city itself. We feel it is a suitable location for expansion, and the settlement boundaries have been defined based on the landscape features on the ground in terms of providing clear boundaries to the development and recognising the existing landscape constraints, particularly views to the Malvern Hills. Importantly, in terms of connectivity as well, there is the potential to provide a new railway station at Rushwick itself, and certainly in the interim to provide significant enhancements to public transport overall. We hear from the County Council, though, in terms of the new station, of how they're working very closely with Network Rail and Midlands Connect to provide a new location for Rushwick itself. So we feel the combination of its proximity to Worcester City, a sustainable location with good access to existing rail, the potential for a new dedicated railway station itself at Rushwick makes this a sustainable location for growth.
Thank you. Rushwick Parish Council.
sorry. Thanks very much. I have a couple of comments on that. First one, just a very small one. I'm interested that we have cycling routes into the city. Being a keen biker and living in Rushwick and having to take the traffic on and the lorries on. The other comment where you say it's sustainable because suddenly now there's a potential for a new station. If I look at the evidence and the selection, so if you go through your preferred options consultation, the R18, the R19, they all selected the site because of the railway station, and they all stated that the site would not work until the station was open. And I think when the first consultation document came out, the evidence was robust, and this 53, clause 53, said that no development would take place until a station was operational. That works well. The development is very sustainable. Obviously, from the time, probably after that, that you realized that they needed the signalling to put the station on, and at the moment, I cannot see any evidence that anybody can guarantee that a station will be delivered within the period. We have moved now down to, because we can cycle into the city down Bransford Road, or we might have a potential for a station that will be okay. We would argue this development is unsustainable without the station.
Thank you. Mr. McLeod, do you mind just responding to those comments? And now, and as the matter of the railway station has come up at this point, we have posed a specific question about that, but we could actually deal with the issues around a railway station now and cover that off. So I'll give you another chance to come back if you like. It'd be useful if you could perhaps explain the latest position in respect of Network Rail and what is in the council's suggested main modification in terms of the transport hub at this point as well, please.
Thank you, sir. So obviously the potential for a station at Rushwick is recognised within the SA as being important in terms of its settlement. So nobody denies the benefits and the quotes which are within the SA, but it wasn't just based on that. The location of Rushwick is noted within the SA as having good access to services of Worcester, good access to the strategic transport network, the potential for transport hubs for improved bus services and cycle links into the city. So it is part of an overall assessment. What the council and the promoters of the site then have put forward, quite rightly, we've become aware then of signalling problems at Shrub Hill, which needs to be resolved before the station can come forward. Those issues, I'll leave the county council to sort of address those specifically. But what we have then proposed within the site, obviously, the safeguarding of the land for the station. And as an interim facility in terms of waiting while the station comes online, is a significant uplift in public transport facilities through bus services. So currently the settlement is very limited bus provision. By putting a transport hub, which would effectively function where the station would be in the longer term, we're proposing a significant uplift in bus transport as an interim measure. The details of those are sort of set out, but it goes up to around 17 buses per day, which is a major uplift from what we have currently. That will offset effectively the impact while we're waiting for the station to come on stream. There is absolutely all of the parties, Network Rail, County Council, are all committed to the delivery of the station. Nobody's saying that it's not going to be delivered. Barwood Land themselves are committed to putting the land aside for the station. So everyone is committed and working towards its delivery. But as you'll know, delivering major rail infrastructure does take time. We need to sort the signalling out at Shrub Hill before the station at Rushwick can come forward. But it might be worth me bringing in the county council at this point just to update you on the rail work itself.
Thank you, sir. So the county council and South Worcestershire councils are working with Midlands Connect and Network Rail themselves on the proposal to enhance the signalling around Worcestershire, and this is to move it from the current semaphore signals to electronic signals with a significant upgrade in infrastructure to allow both additional services and for a station at Rushwick to come online, and that is active work that's ongoing. Network Rail are engaged in that. It's something that only they can deliver, and they're currently working on a proposal.
Is there any indication of the timing of the implementation of the signalling works?
So at the moment, they are working on the design. They will then have to bid to Department for Transport and Treasury for that funding. So there isn't a committed time frame for that.
Okay, thank you. The Parish Council?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch the timing. I understand the timing is in the late 2030s. Is that correct?
The Network Rail will have to bid for to the Department of Transport and Treasury, so the timing is not confirmed.
So it's more likely to be after 2040. It's we'll come back again. I hear all the lovely talk, but it seems to be at the best aspirational at the moment. There's enough documentation to say that Rushwick needs a station for the development. There's also enough evidence, even with the statements from the South Worcestershire councils, all indicate that the station is very important to make the development sustainable. And at the moment, I don't believe there's any evidence to say the station will come in the delivery period.
Thank you. I'll bring you in on Barwood Land at this point.
Thank you, sir. So we are quite advanced in the preparation of our scheme with the intention to make an application this summer, which we'll come on to a bit later. In the preparation of our scheme, our base case is that we do not rely upon the railway station. It's matters being dealt with principally by the council and the county council. We have developed a scheme which, as Mr. MacLeod said, does include the provision of regular bus services. The principle of those services and the frequency of the services and the costs associated with those services have all been agreed in principle with the county council. And in doing so, we believe the scheme to be entirely sustainable in both its proximity to Worcester, as Mr. MacLeod said before, and as a whole. So we don't need the train station as part of our proposals, albeit we welcome it, we provide and agree to the safeguarding of the land, the train station, etc., but it's not part of our base case in terms of the submission of the application later this year. The other thing I'd just point out is, in terms of the options, the sustainability appraisal, and the other evidence base associated with the preparation of the plan, does point to the fact that, Innerpolly is a highly constrained district, with Malvern itself being the largest settlement constrained by the AONB, the next two largest settlements thereafter being constrained by the floodplain, etc., etc. This is an entirely sustainable option for the councils to bring forward.
Thank you. Mr. MacLeod?
Just to add a point of clarity around delivery, so if you look at the statement of common ground between the South Worcestershire Councils, Worcestershire County Council, and the statement of common ground with Network Rail. So what that states is the parties will work positively to put in place the necessary infrastructure as set out in the SWDPR review and Network Rail investment strategies to deliver a railway station by the end of the plan period in 2041. So that is the intention of Network Rail, to secure the delivery of the station by that date. And that is set out in the statement of common ground which we have with them.
Thank you. That's helpful confirmation. Mr. Todd?
The point of Barwood Land, and I'm not sure whether it's Barwood Land or the South Worcestershire Councils that have proposed park and ride, which seems quite a new concept to us. And we would be very interested to know if there's any written evidence of, let's say, a feasibility study, costings of it, its actual operation, and its demand, because the business case for the railway station, I think, is quite robust in that it says it's an access and a fast access to join onto the remaining railway network to get into London, to get into Birmingham, to get down to Bristol. I don't see the Park and Ride achieving that. I know that Worcester City Council, I think 6 months ago, decided that a Park and Ride was not feasible in Birdeswell, even though that's probably a much better location because it's got the bus lanes coming down from the north. My other comment on this bus service is how it's getting funded. I understand that the developer will fund it at the beginning. And I may be wrong, and please tell me if I'm wrong, but I saw a cost of 500,000 to put that into place. Yet if you look at other schemes around the country, like Yate in Bristol, that was in 2021, that was very close to 3 million. There's one up I saw in Tees for 500 spaces. In 2010, they were estimating 2.6 million plus another million risk money, so 3.6 million. So I am concerned that we are now, because we can't do a station, people are just saying we'll run a couple of buses and that will provide you the access and make it sustainable. I think you will find it doesn't. Thanks.
Mr. MacLeod, do you want to briefly explain the transport hub question? Then I'll go to Mr. Codd.
So in terms of the cost, so we believe we've got a proportionate cost of 500,000 built into the IDP. The other station, the Park and Ride Bristol, is a much bigger scheme. So we believe that is sufficient to deal with the facility at Rushwick itself. We've included 1.69 million in there for the bus service until 2034. When obviously the developments will have more significantly come forward, where we hope they'll achieve more viability in terms of the bus service. But I would emphasise, that will be a significant benefit, not just compared to bus services now. For existing residents of Rushwick, there will be a significant uplift in bus provision, serving both the existing settlement and the new facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Codd.
Thank you. I just want to ask a direct question about the timescale of the delivery of the railway. Is it right that the position is that we can't say with any certainty that it will be delivered within the planned period or even commenced, and the funding and infrastructure commitments that are required are in the gift of third parties whom the local authority has essentially no direct influence over, and therefore can't guarantee that this is a robust plan that will take place within the planned period?
I think in terms of the railway works that are proposed, Network Rail have given a commitment for a statement of common ground with the councils about the delivery of certain things by the end of the plan period. So we had that, but it is a commitment. Funding is required. There's no funding in place. There's no definite there, and we've got notes of what's been said. We have the written evidence, and we'll take that into account.
Thank you. Can I ask the follow-up question on the transport hub then, in terms of the evidence that's available for the public domain in the alternative? And can the council explain where the business case is, the sustainability framework for that in lieu of a station, and indeed where the public consultation for that happened? Because as far as I can see, until the inspector asked these direct questions, this is something that has not been in the public domain for any form of consultation.
Mr. MacLeod?
Thanks. So, that's not the case at all. So, we're fully aware that there is a need for an uplift in public transport at Rushwick. Bus services are very, very limited. The preferred option would obviously to be delivered as a station as quickly as possible, but we recognise the challenges with delivering rail infrastructure overall. We believe, and there's a Network Rail working with us to deliver the station, as I've said, by 2041. That is the aspiration. But we recognise that while the train service isn't there, and a very effective alternative form of provision would be to significantly enhance bus services. And what we're proposing there is 17 services per day. I think the existing level is something like 4. So that's a major uplift in bus provision during the weekdays, which will cater for a much more sustainable mode of transport into Worcester. So while the station is waiting to come forward, creating the transport hub here would deliver many of the similar benefits that are required by the SA.
Do you want to come back in?
Yes, just one point of clarification. We're not actually proposing a park and ride. Park and ride is not part of the proposals. We're proposing a transport hub, sir, which comprises of regular bus services, as outlined by Mr. McLeod, a train station, of which we are providing the safeguarding of land for that train station to come on board later on, and also a car park for those people that want to use the train station in the future, and potentially if people want to park and use the bus services as well, but it's not a park and ride per se.
Thank you. It's helpful clarification. CPRE?
Thanks.
CPRE, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is fairly new to us, I have to say, the changes. We were of the opinion that the station is very important. We support the principle of having a station at this location. Having a park and ride facility would be very welcome. Of course, there is the case that a park and ride is sometimes in competition with the people who would be using it from the development. So one would need to make sure there was sufficient parking, that there was park and ride was actually still work to the park and ride.
I think it's been clarified. It's actually a transport hub, not a park and ride. Park and ride is a different concept.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but we would support that as a way forward. In terms of the overall development, and there was a comment earlier when we were talking about Throckmorton, and I'll just deal with that because it relates to this as well, that we were saying we didn't want these here, but where else would they go? We're very aware of the situation on housing numbers, and we've discussed that earlier, which is why, for example, on Throckmorton and on this, we have suggested several ways that you might go in terms of it. So we're not rigidly taking a position. We do have particular concerns about the extent of this development. It's called a strategic development. It seems to us to be very much like a sustainable urban extension in reality. And therefore, we don't necessarily agree that the size of the development is needed. And it may well be that the development that is closer to the main road, which would potentially be more the more sustainable end of this development around the station, it may be that you decide that that is all that is required and not the complete site that has been put forward. So I lost my map in front of me at that point, but there are 4 sections. That's slightly confused as well because we now have a different map in the main modifications, which is more bland than the concept plan that was in the that we had in front of us, which again we've only just seen, I have to say, and I do have concerns about, as I say, the extent of development at this site, and whether it would be better to have less development around that hub. So those are the points we make on the general development and the scale of development. There's been a lot of talk about the transport connections without the station. I don't know if you want me to say something about that at this stage or hold that back to the transport matter.
Thank you. Mr. Codd?
Sorry, I'm not sure I got a full answer to the question I asked earlier, because I think what we've heard from Barwood now is that at its highest we have a car park in the middle of a field and then 17 buses a day that run either to that car park or somewhere within Rushwick. I think the phrase transport hub is therefore somewhat misleading. But the inspector posed the question at 145 as to if the railway station was not deliverable, what would be the implications for the proposed allocation? And I'm sure you're going to come on to it. But it doesn't seem to me that we've got a proper evidence base for the sustainability, the viability of any of this based on this new proposed transport hub. And the answer to the question the inspector has posed about whether or not what the implications would be don't appear to have been properly answered within the written responses that the council have given. So I pose the question, is this a viable, robust and sustainable development without the train station?
Mr. MacLeod?
It is.
Just pick up that point, yeah. Barwood Land?
Thank you, sir. Just quickly come in on the transport hub point. I think that the term transport hub is clearly there for the future when we're looking at bus and rail interchanges as well. In the short term, we're looking at a bus interchange to be provided on site with other infrastructure to support the sustainable travel modes, such as walking, cycling, car clubs, electric bikes, that sort of thing. So that's what we're sort of talking about now, is a mobility hub, which will be a transport hub when the railway station comes forward.
Sorry, can I go back on that? So in terms of the sustainability appraisal of it without the train station and the public consultation of it without the train station and this new proposal, where's the evidence base for that?
Thank you. I've got a note at that point. Paris Council, final comments on this matter before we move on?
Yeah, certainly. I'm very confused on this transport hub because in the South Worcestershire Council's response to your question 145, they're very specific. You get car parking for 500 cars and enhanced bus services. Is that what Barwood is providing? Because if you're providing a car park with 500 spaces, electrical charging points, etc., and you have bus services there, I don't see how it's not a park and ride, but please explain to me what the difference is. This doesn't.
MacLeod, do you want to explain, or maybe the County Council, the Highway Authority?
I'm happy to have it. Did you want to answer, Emily, or do you want to take it? It's fine. So obviously the car parking is safeguarded for the station. That will provide car parking facilities for people looking to use the bus service into Worcester in the longer term. Obviously that will become the car park for the railway station, which people in the new settlement will easily be able to walk to and either get a bus or the train into Worcester or Malvern. So, you know, we feel very strongly the interim proposals which were put forward, we're all committed to delivering a railway station at Rushwick. It's a question of timing, but we feel certainly by putting a transport hub in place in the meantime, particularly as Barwood have said, with a focus on significantly improved provision of bus services, still meets the objectives of the SA overall and will provide a sustainable location for development.
So in terms of this site, just winding back to the site selection and the sustainability appraisal undertaken at earlier stages in plan making, was this allocation of the site predicated on having the railway station?
Having the railway station was recognised as one of the benefits. So, and it's very important to state that. As I said in my opening comments, there are other features of this site which make it a very sustainable location for growth. The station, obviously, is a major part of that. And the SA quite rightly notes that if the station isn't there, then obviously then from a sustainability point of view, public transport Rushwick is very limited. So we've recognised that, and so okay, if the station can't come forward immediately, how could that aspect of the SA still be mitigated? And the answer to that is to significantly increase bus provision in the short term. So the benefits of sustainable transport are still there. That doesn't mean our commitments to the station from the public sector are undermined. You know, Barwood are making an important contribution to that by providing the land for the station. It's just recognising the realities of delivery. We'd love the station to be there in 2031 and as early as possible. In reality, it is going to take longer because it's signalling to Shrub Hill. The answer to achieving the sustainability objectives is a significantly improved bus service into Worcester. And as I said, you're going from just a handful of buses a day to nearly 17 a day during the peak weekends, but during the peak weekday hours, which is a huge increase in provision.
It's probably one of those things we need to take away, but Mr. Codd, you raised the point of sustainability appraisal. Do you want to come back on that now? Or?
Well, I think you make the point that the sustainability appraisal that exists is from the 2019 draft, which was predicated on the construction of a station in the first instance and the development thereafter. And the only thing that appears to have changed is the deliverability of the train station. And so the goalposts have been shifted. And therefore, from the suggestion that it makes it sustainable to have a few extra buses in a car park, It's sent the local authority effectively trying to perfect the imperfectible, because it's fettering their own policy, which is throughout the developments in every pocket is a rail-based delivery. And it can't deliver that in Rushwick within the planned period, or certainly not in any timescale that's relevant. And if you look at the wider SWDP and those sites that were rejected for smaller scale development, they were rejected because the local authority had a rail-based strategy, and those sites couldn't deliver it. And now what we have is a Category 3 village in Rushwick, which isn't going to have that infrastructure, is proposed to have a Category 1 level of housing built and left with a Category 3 level of infrastructure with a very modest increase in buses, which is unlikely to resolve the sustainability deficit. And the local authorities simply aren't addressing the fact that the sustainability framework misses the fundamental point that without the station, there's a different answer, and it can't tell you what the sustainability is because it hasn't done that work, and you don't have that. And I think that fetters the whole policy.
Thank you. We have those points, these things we'll take away. What would happen if we get to the point of formulating and recommending main modifications? The councils would have to undertake sustainability appraisal of those. And so, because it's an iterative process, it would be revisited at that point. I'm not going to prejudge the outcome of that or anything else, but that's just how the system, how the process works. But we have the points you make, and we'll take them into account. Okay, so should we move on from the general then to how it's proposed the site would be implemented through development management system? And the council is suggesting, these are our question 139 relating to the concept plan. I think the approach has moved on somewhat from what the council is suggesting. So maybe Mr. McLeod, you could outline what you're setting out through the suggested main modifications, and also in respect of what would actually be approved as part of the development management process, by way of a master plan or whatever.
Thanks. So as you'll be aware from previous comments in relation to the concept plan, our approach on that is that it obviously shouldn't be regarded as being set. So what we've proposed is a modification to SWDPR 53B, which sets out that still the proposals would still need to come forward in accordance with the concept plan, and a master plan prepared by the local planning authority alongside design codes and site-wide strategies. So we feel for this scale of development, a master plan approach is sufficient to guide the development coming forward.
And would it be the intention that a master plan will be approved as part of a planning permission, part of the outline planning permission?
That's correct.
For the whole of the site.
For the whole site.
Parish Council.
You may well have answered my question, because it's where it says the master plan will be prepared in consultation with the landowners and Worcestershire County Council. There doesn't seem to be any input from the local residents, and I would have thought we should have a contribution into the master plan. And I'd also like to offer our concern on the changes to item B, which is effectively giving the developers and the local authority the chance to carry on the development before anything goes on, before any of the infrastructure is put into place. It's taken out that requirement to have infrastructure at least in line or before the development.
Mr. McLeod.
Thanks. So obviously the master plan would be approved by the local planning authority, but that would be a consultation on in terms of leading up to the planning application. So there's every intention to engage with the local community on the preparation of the master plan itself, and that will obviously inform the proposals then brought forward by Barwood in their planning application.
Okay, and that would be in line with the council statement of community involvement?
That is correct.
Okay. Barwood Land, what are you planning or doing in respect of pre-application consultations, involvement with the local community?
Okay, so we have already progressed with the preparation of the master plan, just by way of background. That has been discussed with the council since approximately 2021. In our view, that generally aligns with the concept plan included within the review of the SWDP. There's only one slight area of difference between what we're proposing and what the council's concept plan shows, in essence, and you'll have seen the master plan at the back of the statement of common ground. That area of difference really is the provision of the second area of employment land. So 5 hectares of employment land is required. The bulk of the employment land is next to the A4440. There is a second portion of employment land which we've located next to the transport hub. The council's take on that was that perhaps it could be included on the western boundary of the site next to the other A road. That's the only slight area of difference between the two. So that master plan has been significantly progressed over that period. It's also been tabled and presented to the parish council in the past for their comment and feedback. So we've already started those discussions previously, sir. We would continue those discussions as part of public consultation exercises to take place before the summer, and therefore before the submission of the application itself. And then we would expect either the council to take part in those discussions or to obviously consult on the master plan through the planning application process itself. But in our opinion, overall, the master plan has been prepared by Barwood, is, as I said, significantly advanced and generally in accordance with the concept plan in any case.
Thank you. So assuming the plan progresses and the site is allocated, there would be several more steps in consultation prior to and during the planning application stage.
Correct, sir.
Parish Council?
Yeah, I'd just like to comment. I don't think we've been in consultation with Barwood on the development of the master plan. I think we did have one meeting, which Steve believes was around COVID time. If they want to consult us, I suggest they talk to us. Thanks.
We absolutely did attend a meeting with the parish council. I was there. Judy Morgan, who used to formerly work for Barwood Land, was there as well, and the master plan was presented at that meeting.
Okay, thank you. There's been some mention of the concept plan. We have the council's view. We've had an explanation from Barwood on how you see it slightly differently with respect to employment land. This opportunity now really for any other people to comment on the concept plan. Start with the parish council and then go across to define.
Yeah, interestingly, the one question we do have is the location. Well, there's a couple of small but significant changes. There's one area just outside of Christine Avenue on a public right-of-way, which on the original concept plan, because of the view over an area of outstanding natural beauty, Malvern Hills, the area with a view out to the right-hand side was protected effectively and allocated as, you know, a park, should we say? It's in fact it's labelled on the county council's concept plan as Christine Avenue Park. Okay, but on Barwood's plan, that is housing. Okay, there is a very narrow sliver, but that's quite a large deviation just due to the character and heritage of the site. Okay, there's another question that we do have on the allocation of the employment land. Okay, so despite looking to develop in first instance a station, which is subsequently changed to a transport hub, you'd have thought the most logical place, as it's a hub for transport, would be around that hub. However, the suggestion, and also being based on a rail-based strategy as well, we'll go back to that, But the suggestion is, due to the access of an A road, to place it up there. Now, I don't expect you guys to know the site, but in that location where you're looking to put extra road traffic, heavy road traffic, I would imagine as well, it is in an area that is used by the most vulnerable of the community. It is directly opposite a primary school. It is directly adjacent to the village park. It is directly adjacent to the new playing fields that are proposed. And do you think that is a suitable location?
Thank you. I mean, in previous sessions, we've invited the councils to consider how the concept plan is used through this document, indeed whether it should be included in the document, because it is indicative, it's one way in which site can be developed. I think the distribution of land uses would be decided through the master planning phase at the planning application stage, but I think it would maybe helpful if the councils could respond to the points you're making now.
And so they're all very valid points, and there is some small inconsistencies there, I would say, with the Barwood plan. But these are detailed points that we'll be able to address through the consultation now as we work towards a planning application. So the valid points about relationship with employment with school, with the primary school, and we've allowed for some separation there. But that's obviously a fair point that we need to consider in detail. We've already said in my opening statement about the need to protect some of the landscape view through to the hills. The Barwood plan does do that, but on a lesser scale to ours. But you should be aware that's really the point of the DM process, is to get into that level of detail.
Thank you. Parish Council?
Yeah, it's a small admission from my part. In addition to those, there are two nursing homes up there as well, one at the beginning and one at the end. So it really is a site where the most vulnerable within the community are going to be located and will continue to use.
Thank you. Barwood Land, do you want to come back?
I don't think there's anything for us to add on that point, sir. Thank you.
Just put your board down then. Yeah, that's all right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Apologies, I wanted to take a little bit of a step back. It is linked to the concept plan, but we flitted over question 38 about the extent of the allocation, and that's intrinsically linked with the development of the concept plan and our concerns with it. My clients have land interests at Claphill Lane to the north of the village, so we were invited into the council's working party when they started to develop their thinking about the allocation and the concept plan. And the extent of the development was very much dictated by the scale of development that was proposed. So there was the figure of 1,000 dwellings was the starting figure, but there's never been any account or justification given for the genesis of that figure and where it's come from. And it was clear through the discussions there wasn't any scope for moving that at all, but with no real reason given. And that's important because it didn't allow there to be any consideration of the scale of development that would be required to support the infrastructure, which is something that you'll come on to in due case, or to consider the relative benefits of harms of proposing a different scale of growth. It was fixed at that point, and then the extent of the allocation was effectively fixed at that point because geographically, that's how the concept plan was started to get defined in terms of the amount of development that was proposed. So the starting point for the concept plan clearly is to focus development around the railway station. That's perfectly understandable as a starting point. A compact form of development, particularly to the north of the railway line, is understood. But some of the concerns that are coming out from the parish council in relation to the development proposed to the south of the railway line are valid, I think, and it is indeed much more logical when you consider that all of that development to the south, which is probably over half, is effectively going to be served off a cul-de-sac off of that single roundabout. So there's the one road access in, and at the moment there's just a single pedestrian crossing over the railway line from there that links through to the other parts of the village, albeit there is one obviously proposed at the station. So on that basis, the council have only find enough land to deliver 1,000 dwellings, or so they think. They've defined a tight boundary around that, But again, in the representations we made at the time, through that process and through the formal representations, we highlighted that there needed to be a robust understanding of the constraints that apply through there, particularly the flood and the drainage, the ecological and the heritage impacts in relation to Upper Wick, which I don't think have properly been taken into account. There's a fairly nominal green buffer there, but no real understanding of the significance of those assets or what underlies the significance of those assets and their setting. Nor indeed in terms of the ingredients of a sustainable community. The employment land was mentioned. That originally was going to be 10 hectares, and then at one point it was inexplicably halved to 5 hectares, I think, because there was a realisation of quartz and pine pots in terms of the extent of development that was being looked at the time, but also in terms of the public open space and the green infrastructure as well. There is other land available to contribute to the development of a sustainable community. I know you don't want to hear about my sites, but there is available, suitable, deliverable land that can contribute to the infrastructure burden. And I think as it stands, the concern is the concept plan won't realise the vision that the council has articulated for Rushwick as an expanding settlement. I think the key points on top of what I've talked about there is in relation to the village centre in particular. That's something that this development of a new community will be transformative in terms of the station, but also Rushwick is slightly disparate form currently. It doesn't have a clear focus to the centre, and the concept plan does propose that around Bransfield Road with the new school, the extension to the hall and the retail. But it then doesn't follow that up by focusing development around that new community hub. That's really important to the identity of the new expanded settlement and the social cohesion within it. A lot of the proposed development will be isolated from that. That won't be well connected to it. And I think there was an opportunity that was very much missed in terms of the extent and the disposition of the development proposed in this area that could have addressed and started to build a much more the compact settlement that was aspired to at the start. And so I think it's short that I think there's the way that it's coming together in terms of trying to encourage active travel. I don't think the form of development lends itself to that because of those long and arduous sort of connections that are proposed, that are existing, and that connection to the village heart or the village centre with the new facilities. And I think that's in terms of the question of being, will the concept plan effectively realise the vision and ambition for Rushwick? Our view is that it wouldn't be. And clearly, if that's now being developed into the master plan, and we're not here to comment on Barwood's master plan at all, there's a concern there that the full benefits in terms of generating a sustainable neighbourhood or community here that meets the growth needs of the district and addresses those housing needs in particular, the benefits of those are not being fully realised as if it's realised through the concept plan as currently defined and illustrated.
Are your points more of it could be more sound point? I mean, but what is a fundamental question of soundness you're asking us to consider that you want us to try to fix through the plan? Because you seem to support development in the area because you're promoting land in the area, and your solution seems to be to have a larger site.
Yes, so I think we do support development here. There's a real opportunity, and I've heard all of the comments in terms of the benefits and the delivery of the station. I think more development will support the delivery of that key infrastructure, notably the delivery of the station. There's a big financial gap in the funding for that more development can address, and I don't know if that could speed the process up, but it would certainly help in terms of the delivery of the wider infrastructure. You'll come on to viability later, but it's a case of placemaking and making sure that the elements of the NPPF in terms of good design, healthy, happy communities, all of those more subjective aspects of good quality design and placemaking, they start with the definition of the allocation and the definition of the concept and what the development is trying to realise and how that will be achieved. So it's compliance with those policies and the agenda in terms of it's not just about delivering any houses anywhere, it's about delivering houses in a truly sustainable way that meets those needs, but also benefits the community in a wider sort of socio-economic sense. And our point is that a lot of the development as proposed, which is to the south of the village, won't be integrated with the village as a whole. It won't support the village centre, the proposed enhanced village centre, because of the limited connections from those areas to the village centre. And so it starts to undermine the viability and sustainability of that in the longer term. So in my view, it does go to soundness, and we articulated that in our representations, but it is as much about trying to achieve the aspirations and realise the best possible community and sustainable development that we can do through the planning process.
Thank you, Mr. MacLeod.
Thank you. So we've taken, as I said in my answer to my first question, a landscape-led approach to this allocation. The areas which are being promoted were seen as more sensitive landscape, in particularly more prominent views of the Malvern Hills, so they were discounted because of that reason. So that sort of deals with the bulk of the point. I mean, I wouldn't agree with the comments around the location of the town centre, location of the primary school. They're perfectly well located to serve this development. Will mainly be within walking distance to the new residents. The primary school is located in the heart of Rushwick, so it will benefit existing residents as well as the new community. So we're very comfortable with the approach to the facilities that are being put forward for the expanded settlement overall.
Briefly, because we have
can I just be clear? I wasn't criticising where the primary school is promoted or where the village centre is promoted. It's the exact right place for it, but you should be locating growth around that as you are locating growth around the train station, and not in areas which is more separated and there'd be long convoluted walks to and from.
Thank you, Mr. Codd.
I think I just pray and aid that point. The cul-de-sac element of the Christine Avenue element means that everyone that's going to use the primary school is going to drive there, because the experience as a parent with children in the existing school is even the people who live on Christine Avenue drive their children to school, and it's chaos. So people don't walk there, and the walk to either of the schools from the new Christine Avenue side of the team side of it will mean that people drive, and I don't think the transport plan around the rat runs that are created on Branston Road as a result of those two schools, and frankly the human nature aspect of how people behave around schools and other facilities have been properly and robustly taken into account in the strategic design and planning for what that will create for Branston Road, which is already a haven for abandoned vehicles parked on the side of the road, making it difficult for cars to pass. That will only be exacerbated by the way the current plans are structured.
Thank you. Mr. MacLeod, do you want to comment on that before we move on to delivery?
Absolutely, sir. And great big benefit of this settlement is people will be able to walk to school, not drive. And nearly all the local housing, the new housing, is within walking distance. There's numerous active travel routes. And the best approach would be to leave the car at home and walk to school, which would be the most sustainable strategy.
God.
So I know you want to move on, but that's not how people behave, and I think that the panel needs to have a realistic view about how people behave in taking little Johnny to school, because then they go to work and they get in their car to go straight away. They will drive, and that's the reality of it, if it's too far.
So I just invite you to go and look at the crossing, the pedestrian crossing, and understand what that route, that safe, convenient route to the school would be from the south. Go and see it for yourself.
I mean, a lot of these things are, there's the overall extent of the allocation, but a lot of the detail is getting into the next stage, which doesn't involve us. But we've got these points and we'll give them some thought. Thank you. So let's move on now to proposed housing trajectory for the site. Mr. MacLeod, could you explain what the aspirations from the councils are in terms of housing delivery from the site, and what is the clear evidence that the site would be deliverable or developable as per the definitions in the framework?
Yes, thank you. So there is an assumption that a small proportion of the site will come forward within the 5-year housing land supply. We believe that the site is both deliverable and developable, so it meets the tests. We've heard from Barwood say directly how advanced they are, both in terms of the master planning work, site-wide feasibility work. There's been significant front-loading of the sites. The master plan is being progressed, and we're obviously expecting an imminent planning application on the scheme. So we believe it's certainly possible, but it is the realistic prospects that we will see developments within the 5-year housing land supply with a steady build-out rate then beyond that. Yeah, it's 150 within the first 5 years. So a very realistic build-out rate, which we feel is very achievable.
Okay, thank you. Just turning to Barwood, what is your sort of plan for the site? How do you see it coming forward, given I think you're a land promotion company? That maybe explain how you work, which would be helpful.
Sorry, can you put your mic on?
Apologies, I'll repeat that. So Mr. Chiverton may want to add to the points I make, but essentially, starting with the application process. As I said before, we're significantly advanced in terms of the preparation of our master plan. We've already submitted our screening request and scoping request to the council, for which we've had a response to that. Work is therefore carrying out on the preparation of the environmental statement in the background. We're looking to make an outline application, or submit an outline application this summer, which I touched upon earlier. We are therefore, quite far advanced in that. We have an appointed case officer, Mrs. Joan Desmond, who's here today, ready to accommodate the application, and our pre-application discussions are ongoing. In terms of the progress thereafter, as you said, sir, Barwood Land are a promoter. They would look to dispose of the site on the receipt of an outline planning permission, and they would likely sell that in 2 phases that would either be split across east and west, or more west and split that into 2 parts, and then east and then split that into 2 parts. Mr. Chiverton again may want to expand upon that. But as far as we see it, there's no onerous constraints in terms of any abnormals that would otherwise affect the delivery of the site. The site is, in terms of its landowners, already party to a contract, and agreements are in place to deliver that. The only exception being the County Council, which Matters of Principle already agreed with the County Council in terms of the delivery of the site. So there's no significant obstacles for its delivery once the outline planning permission is granted. And as I said, grant a planning permission, dispose of into 2 separate parcels, so 2 flags flying at any one time, potentially increase that if there is the opportunity to do so, but that's how we see it, and I think that reflects on the delivery that the council have given. Mr. Chiverton doesn't have anything to add.
Thank you. And Parish Council?
Yes, sorry, I have one question, because I didn't understand how many houses will be delivered in 2028 and 29, and also what infrastructure will be put in place to support that before the development in 28, 29.
I suspect the answer might be related to the master plan, but Mr. McLeod, do you want to come back on that point about the infrastructure?
Sorry, I just missed that point. Was it?
The Parish Council asked that if there is delivery proposed, I think in 28, 29, I think it's a relationship of the delivery of housing to the delivery of the additional infrastructure that would be needed as a result of the development. It might be a development management matter, but if you could try to address that insofar as you can now.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, a lot of work has taken place with the County Council around the access to the site, and that has been looked at in detail with Barwood and Worcestershire County Council. So, and part of the land for the delivery of the access arrangements, I believe, is under the control of the county as well. So there's the access is deliverable. I think we've got, again, a clear programme there in terms of getting a planning application in, getting to reserve matters in 2027, which will allow Barwood to get on site in 2028. We believe that is an achievable programme, and the access, the way this site would come forward, this has almost been described. Once the access comes in, you can basically build out from there. So there's no real abnormal constraints with the access arrangements.
Can I just expand?
Yes,
on that,
please.
So just to carry on from there, in terms of the western parcel, there is the option to use a secondary access point as denoted on the master plan for the creation of the haulage road into the site that would facilitate the construction. Whilst the construction process is starting in terms of the initial phase of housing, we would also be able to then build the roundabout further to the west that could be built within the site and therefore without impacting on the existing operation of that road. In terms of the eastern parcel, similarly, we can use the existing arm of the existing roundabout that leads to Upper Wick Lane. We would create a haulage road that would connect to Upper Wick Lane to again facilitate the construction of the first phase of housing. At some point, we would then need to take that offline, so to speak, in terms of the modifications that are going to be set out and agreed with the County Council's Highway Authority to modify that particular access arm. But ultimately, again, we don't see any initial impediments to the creation and delivery of housing on that access as well. So could be coming at it from both sides, essentially.
Okay, thank you. Paris Council, do you want to come back on the points to the question you asked at the start of that exchange?
Yes, thank you. I didn't get the number of houses from anybody, which I'm interested, because obviously our concern is that the development is only sustainable with the station, as done by the evidence that's provided by the councils. And it appears, from listening to Barford, who seemed to be very much in line with Worcestershire Council, that we can just start putting the access road in the development and we're not providing any support or deliverable support to at least make an effort to make it sustainable. So I'd like to know the answer to my questions on how many houses in 2028 or 2029, whenever it is, because I think we continue our argument. Well, is there any other buses? Is there a statement of common ground with a bus service? You're going to provide some transport before these houses are in place? It's sounding more, because you couldn't get the station in, we're just going to a housing development of 1,000 houses and change a category 3 village with no support into a village 2.5 times its size. Thank you.
Getting into some detailed matters, the council will deal with through a development management process, through planning obligations and planning conditions, and perhaps this issue is really more for the master planning process, but I think it's useful to hear the questions because it's very useful for the site promoter and for the councils in really knowing how to go about taking the site forward should we find it sound. Baldwin, do you want to come in on to answer some of those points?
Yes, it was just on the public transport, the bus point. The work that we've done so far with the operator and the authority is very much that the services would be in on day one, and that's the commitment we'd be looking to make.
And at the moment, is it contemplated there would be an agreement to provide a bus service with some funding for a certain length of time, and if it proves viable after the funding stops, it will continue to be operated by the bus company? Is that the model that has been pursued?
Yes, so like I say, the conversations we've had at the moment with First Bus, the local operator and the authority, at the moment, based on the current trajectory and the existing demand and the services we're looking to provide, it's around the 5-year mark that the council and the operator think that the service would become commercially viable. So we'd be looking to fund it through to that point.
Mr. McLeod, no? Okay, Mr. Codd?
Sorry, it may be a master plan issue, but the suggestion of commencing development prior to the infrastructure, particularly the suggestion that we can use Upper Wick Lane in an interim, I just invite you to go and visit it, because Upper Wick Lane, the entrance to the development there, is immediately adjacent to the primary school that exists. You can look at it, we're talking 20 feet of space between HGVs and primary school children without the infrastructure, road infrastructure being built first. I think it's probably a master plan issue, but you're compromising the safety of children who have no crossings and no pavements in Rushwick currently, have to repeatedly cross that road. It's not been taken into account.
Thank you. It may well be a master plan point, but I think it's a valid one, and maybe Barwood Land might want to quickly come back on that.
Yes, thank you, sir. Again, this is going to come really later down the line in terms of the Section 278 and delivery works and the traffic management side of things. But we absolutely think a lot of the work can be done offline prior to the sort of connecting into the roundabout and the Treble 40 and Upper Wick Lane. So we take on board the point, absolutely. We want to make sure that that work is done safely, and it will be done so in cooperation with the council.
Thank you. Okay, I think we have what we need to know about the questions in terms of housing delivery. Move on now to viability. Just invite the councils very briefly to outline the findings of the viability appraisal in respect of the site. We notice in the written statements there's some discussion about the level of affordable housing that would be viable and perhaps what could be done to achieve the 40% or not, based upon where we are at the moment. We heard from Mr. Aspinall this morning about change some assumptions, you change the answers sort of thing, and it depends on when it's done. But bearing that in mind and the...
Yeah. My comments will be limited to high level, so Mr. Aspinall here. So you're absolutely right. So 40% affordable housing, Rushwick is currently seen as being unviable. There's obviously a number of assumptions which go into that, including the benchmark land value, which we've got in here at £30,000 per acre. Sorry, £300,000 per acre, as Mr. Aspinall correctly points out. That is higher than what we have at Worcestershire Parkway and Mytton, which are sort of comparable sites. And again, Mr. Aspinall's evidence this morning shows that the benchmark land values can change. That was taken at a point of time, and it reflected the judgment made at that point in time. But we've seen with both Parkway and Mytton that the benchmark land values are lower. 244 for Mytton, 250 for Parkway. So there is some room within there. There's a number of other assumptions then which are built in terms of it has a higher than normal sort of strategic infrastructure cost. But again, that sort of comes back to reflecting the sort of scale of the development overall. But it comes in at the moment at £68,000 per unit in terms of the 106. But the easy thing is obviously when you look at these things to look at affordable housing. We've talked about that earlier. But in reality, there's a number of factors which are built into the IDP around this, which we can look at working with Barwood. And I think we've been making constructive progress on this issue already, which we believe will get us much closer to that 40% affordable housing. Obviously, Mr. Aspinall's here for any detailed points. He would refer you to the tables at the back of his report, which show the sort of assumptions within there and how you can sort of see slight changes in value can make a big difference to the appraisal overall.
Thank you. I think we're live to that, and we've seen the appraisal, so I don't think we particularly need to dive into that at the moment. Barwood Land, want to come in on the viability?
Yes, thank you, sir. As we set out in our response to the MIQs, we say that the scheme is commercially viable and can be made so through a number of options, either individually or combined. One of those is the affordable housing requirement, not just in terms of numbers, but the other option is to look at the actual tenure as well. The second one is that we say that there are, let's call it flaws in the IDP itself, and I'll pass over in a second to my colleague. And the third is the actual total number of units. We'll come on to density and numbers in a second, but we have prepared a master plan that does take the number of units up to 1,200, and that's something we're going to be exploring with the council through the pre-application process. So that is another option available to us. I'll just come back to the IDP, and I'll just pass over to Kat Seeger now, who's got a couple of points to make that sort of identify why we say that the IDP is flawed in a number of respects.
Yeah, so generally speaking, we don't necessarily agree that the deficit shown by Aspinall Verde is as high as they show it to be. We've done our own modelling as well, and we think that the scheme is commercially deliverable, subject to some amendments. So that might be the affordable housing, the tenure, the IDP contributions, which I understand are still being reviewed, and the possibility to increase the number of units delivered on site. With regard to the IDP requirements, I understand that some of these are would consider to be required, and some of them are seen as more desirable requests, such as the replacement bridge on the A4440 over Hams Way, which I think is at the moment estimated to cost about 4 million. Similar, the active travel contribution, which I think is about 900,000.
If I may, sir, just to add a little bit, there are a number of elements within the IDP which are figures which are ultimately justifiable, but there's still quite a lot of debate as to whether they're normal development costs, i.e. roads with houses on both sides, which would therefore almost be double counting within some of the work that's been done. It's a live document that needs a bit more work through, and we're entirely confident through the work that Kat and her team have done that there is a viable scheme here in the realms of this allocation, whether it be by shifting some of the nice to haves, the replacement of a bridge that's already there, maybe even improving a bridge that's already there instead of replacing. There's even elements of that discussion that still need to be had about the final costs that have fed through to some of that viability work.
We need to be satisfied that what's set out in the policies requirements are justified. What actually happens in terms of individual things to resolve things that are identified in the policy, that falls down to the statutory test for planning obligations and the test for planning conditions set out in national policy. So again, it's this two-step thing there, which is why we wouldn't want local plan policy to be overly prescriptive, because it's never a good thing. So really, we're concerned about soundness, but some of these issues might, and there's the overall policy for making, I'll be economical words, making it a sustainable development in terms of travel. The actual detail will come through the master planning and development management process. Other than the specific things that are referred to in the policy, such as safeguarding the land for the railway station, provision of a transport hub, etc. The concepts, but the actual detailed mechanism is always going to be something for the master planning and planning up in phase, because that's where the detail happens, and that's not what we do through plan making.
Yeah, obviously we don't need to add much more to that, but it's just to reiterate that point. I don't want people to think that there are some items here which everybody is committed to safeguarding lands at the station.
Sorry, I think we've got a problem hearing. Can you not hear?
I'll speak up. Yeah. Safeguarding land, obviously, for the station are priorities for the scheme, as is increasing affordable housing delivery. And I think what we've discussed there with Barwood is that looking at the Section 106 package as a whole, that is really for the next level of detail as we get into the development management process.
Thank you. Parish Council.
Having heard what you just said, but it's interesting, but the S106 and infrastructure costs required to support this village, which have been identified in the study to change Category 3 village to expanded settlement, are 37% higher than the lowest cost option, 22% higher than the next closest. And this recognises the level of infrastructure required and the deficit that we have in place. Now, it's recognised that the site is not viable at the moment at 40% housing, but I'd like to draw attention to quite a small but deeply concerning comment regarding the site's viability within the Council's response to question 147, which proposes options which have actually been discussed here, of reducing or delaying the delivery of high-cost infrastructure. Okay, it's not only concerning, but unfortunately it's not surprising. As from the inception of the plan, the allocation, the necessary infrastructure required to support a functioning, sustainable development has been aspirational rather than deliverable at each stage. we've already seen an £18 million train station be shunted to the back end of the plan period, if delivered at all, and then changed for a £500,000 transport hub. Okay, what other high-cost infrastructure are you proposing to be delayed or reduced?
We're not proposing to delay or reduce anything. We're examining the plan. Just make that clear. Yeah, okay, sorry, it's a figure of speech, I know.
Yeah, figure of speech, but it is in Worcestershire County Council's response to your question.
Yeah.
I'll bring Mr. Aspinall in, sir, just to provide some reassurance.
Yeah, I think, again, for context, I'd refer you back to the 2022 original viability report, which clearly shows this site was viable and alongside all the other strategic sites. I think that clearly, as I said before, the last 2 years been high inflationary environment, which has added to costs. So cost inflation has gone up greater than growth in values, and that's the difference really between the position that you see to the viability around 2022 and then the more recent updates that we've done for 2024-25. I think if you look at table 7 of our sensitivities, you can see the impact on growth in market values and how that helps to close gaps in viability quite considerably. And of course, Barwood are here today with a viable scheme, a viable proposition, even more recent appraisals and viabilities. But there are some key moves that I think can be done to Rushwick that change the viability position quite considerably. And I think there's things to look at are, as Ian mentioned, around the benchmark land values. Our analysis has quite high benchmark land values relative to the other strategic sites for this particular proposition, and that's based on complex analysis of net to gross ratios of site areas and so on, and you can look at that in the report. So I think the scope, part of the due diligence process going forward, to look at those benchmark land values. And you'd expect that benchmark land values would need to be reduced to reflect high cost of infrastructure, all of the things being equal, where infrastructure is necessary. The second point and big key move is around that infrastructure cost itself, and I think this is the point about what infrastructure does need to be delivered and what's the timing and phasing of that. And I think to give some reassurance, clearly things will change, things move around a little bit in terms of cash flow and so on. But there are examples in here. I can point to this, for instance, the Gypsum Travellers sites. We've got £100,000 a pitch for the pitches, and you think, crikey, that's a lot of money for essentially a pitch. So there's a lot of contingency in some of those costs as well that have gone through there, but they will need to be subject to more due diligence at the next stage. So I've no doubt in that as this scheme moves forward through the process, through the planning process, it will be viable and deliverable.
Okay. There's, as Barwood mentioned earlier, I think one of the options in terms of viability would be to increase the unit numbers. And I think that would be to increase the density to 40 dwellings per hectare as opposed to 35. What's the council's thinking on that? Because ultimately we want a plan that would be sound, but not necessarily prescriptive, but it has to be within the right range. It needs to have the right calibration.
So the densities we propose currently reflect what we feel is the right sort of balance between Rushwick being a more rural location, obviously, as you head out of the city. So that's why we put the densities where they are. Is there potential for selective areas within that where we could look at more efficient use of density, say around the railway hub, transport hub, town centre? Absolutely, and I think we can explore that with the developer and obviously through the consultation process. But we're comfortable at this stage with what we've put forward as being a robust assessment there, and we'd need to do sort of further detail in terms of that work. But what I would refer you to, sir, is the policy where we have said that that is at a minimum density. So we do feel there is potential there to look at pockets within the site to see where we can go at higher density development. So some selective higher density we don't feel would impact on the character overall. But I think we're getting almost, you need to look at that in quite a bit of detail through the master plan process.
Is that adequately reflected in the main modifications?
That's correct. So we built in that flexibility there to look at these sort of aspects. So I think we stand by what we've put in the plan to date, but we haven't ruled this out. If it can be demonstrated through the master plan process that some higher densities in particular locations could work.
Okay, thank you. Barbara?
Agree with everything that Mr. McLeod just said, and obviously positive to hear of the modification to the density figure. We, through the Statement of Common Ground, sir, you'll be aware that we are pushing for an amendment to the total number of units. Reference at the moment is approximately 1,000. We would like to see that amended to at least 1,000 to give us the opportunity through the development control process to look at trying to achieve a higher number of units. Ultimately, as you'll be aware, government's drive to make efficient use of land to drive numbers up, and indeed an additional up to 200 units above the 1,000 that's currently being identified will give more certainty in terms of the delivery of the plan as well. So we only see that as a good thing. It doesn't mean that 1,200 is going to happen, is going to get an outline planning permission, but it at least gives us the opportunity to explore that through the development control process.
Mr. McLeod?
I think it's, we've put approximately in there, and I think approximately does give you some of that flexibility. At least would be, we feel that at least 1,000 is at least deliverable, so we wouldn't have necessarily a problem with that, but we feel there's flexibility in there currently around approximately, so I think that means could be higher as well. But I'm more than happy to leave that point to your judgment.
I think we'll reflect on that in thinking about paragraph 16D of the framework and drawing upon our section 78 experience when you're faced with such policies and such arguments in a more polarised way.
I think the only thing we'd say about the use of the word approximately versus the use of the words at least is that, in my view, approximately does have a more upper limit to it. Sorry, it does have a more of a limit to it than the words at least. At least allows you to go pretty much high as you want, as long as you can justify it, and as long as the council or a subsequent inspector thinks it's acceptable. Use the words approximately. Some people often refer to that as being a 10% increase, and I think that's the concern we've got. It is a little bit more limiting than the use of the words at least.
I think we would think about this in terms of questions like dwelling mix, and if there's a possibility of higher density, say flatted development around the transport hub or whatever, that could produce quite a few more units, couldn't it, than on a site that would just be 2.5 story homes or whatever.
Completely agree, sir. To take an adjoining authority, Herefordshire, in their core strategy, they actually use the words minimum or at least in reference to their strategic sites, and it does allow for that discussion. Obviously, the market at the time might dictate that flats or a greater percentage of 2-bed units aren't acceptable. We'll only have to wait and see on that one, but it does, as I said, at least or a minimum of, does give us the flexibility to go slightly higher than approximately.
You, Mr. Codd?
Thank you. I approach this as a layperson, so I apologise for my naivety in terms of the planning process. But what I'm hearing as a lay participant here is that the current allocation at 40% at affordable housing isn't viable, and you're being told that clearly by the developer. And the shifting of the parameters in terms of the number of units, the infrastructure that you allocate the funding to, leads me as a layperson to think, I can't see how robust this plan is, where you've got a number of future changes that are being talked about that are not clearly visible or consulted upon in terms of the public now. So you don't know what the end point would be. The starting point now is it's not viable under its current construction would be my observation from what I'm hearing.
Thank you. Parish Council?
No, obviously, first we're hearing about an additional 200 houses. Is there evidence to suggest what additional infrastructure will be required to support an even larger expanded settlement.
That, I think, would be dealt with through the development management process, because things like education requirement is based upon the number of dwellings and types of dwellings that come forward, generally speaking. So that is directly related. And same with transport assessments, etc. Mr. McLeod may wish to embellish upon that answer.
Absolutely. So if the number was higher, then the appropriate assessment would need to go alongside that. I think, as I've said, you know, we're open to those. Obviously, we are concerned about the efficient use of land. It's quite been noted that obviously housing demand in this area and the targets are going only upwards. So it would be in everybody's interest to make the most efficient use of the sites which are coming forward. So in terms of the principle, you know, I think I've already said we're open to that discussion. I think the detailed wording, you know, at least wouldn't be an issue from our point of view and would reflect, I think, the discussions we would have going forward.
Thank you.
Whether you were coming to CPRE or whether you were coming back to me. Sorry.
I was going to go to Turley, and I'll just let people in that haven't had a chance to speak yet.
Thanks. Yeah, just echoing the issues with viability, noting that this has significantly higher cost per unit than any of the other bigger allocations. I think that the thought of delaying key infrastructure or potentially reducing affordable housing or having less desired or preferable tenures, I think is not a good outcome for a settlement like this. The idea of increasing densities is good in principle, but needs to be tested. Our position is quite clear that we think, you know, what a very good option to explore is additional land, particularly in the context of a point that we'll come on to later about the travelling show people site and the sharing of costs around that. But I think it's quite important to have a range of different developers and particularly house builders that can deliver very early, rather than having to go out to the market. Thank you.
Thank you. We had some discussions about this yesterday in some detail in respect to Worcestershire Parkway, in terms of a much more significantly scaled site, but some explanation as to how sometimes you need to get up to a certain threshold to deliver, etc. We'll bear those comments in mind. Define.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I agree with the comments just made by Turley on that. It's clear that numbers do need to increase to make this a viable scheme and a sustainable scheme. We'd warn against just simply assuming that can be remedied by increasing the densities. As I've mentioned earlier, we had some concerns with the concept plan in terms of how it had actually assessed the capacity of what might be delivered within the allocated area. In any case, we didn't feel or see from the evidence that was presented that it dealt with appropriately the flood and the drainage requirements, the land take that would arise from that. We have the BNG now, the areas of public open space, and refer you to the council's policy on green infrastructure requirements in terms of 46% split, and also the heritage and the impact on heritage assets at Upper Wick. Yes, there is a policy that talks about the efficient use of land, but there's also policies in the NPPF that talk about achieving well-designed spaces. There's a whole section on that, promoting healthy and safe communities. There's a whole section on that. It's an average density as well that you need to understand over a site of this scale. An average of 35 is appropriate for this location. Trying to increase that sort of ignores the fact that you're already going to have areas of higher density and areas of lower density than that within a scheme of that nature. So it's not as simple or straightforward as it's being put to you, sir. And the answer is actually to allocate additional land.
Okay, thank you. CPRE?
Yes, I want to come in on the density point. We're sort of moving in density, so I hope this is the right point. We certainly agree that it would be appropriate, especially when the railway station is, to have higher densities. And looking at the master plan in the statement of common ground, I don't particularly see in that master plan the sign of higher densities around the railway station or transport hub. But we think that that would be the right way to go, and potentially to produce those densities, provided the design is of a quality design. I mean, we are of the view that developers should, the plan should ask developers to show that they're using the best use of land. But we're also very aware of the issues around Upper Wick, and those were issues that we raised. They've been mentioned to you too. You wouldn't want higher densities there, but equally there's a question mark about the housing and development around that in terms of its heritage impact. So we would prefer to see higher densities being used to ensure that the area that is developed, and we see it as those two areas around the railway site, if they are developed in a more compact but well-designed way, given that this is a rural area. We don't think just being a rural area is a reason to have extremely low densities or low densities. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Codd, before we move on.
Just very briefly, the initial plan came out with a density of 35 on the basis that it was consistent with the National Policy Framework for a Category 3 village. That seems to be abandoned for one principle and one principle only, because the allocation isn't viable. And I think that comes back to the robustness of this plan.
Thank you. Mr. McLeod, any more points on this topic?
I don't think I've got any new points, so I'll probably be repeating what I've said already.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so looking through the questions we've posed, I think we've covered the proposed railway station, transport hub points, discussed what would happen if the railway station wasn't deliverable. We've got some clear views on the likely delivery or not of that. So our next topic is transport. Conscious it's now 4 o'clock, we've been going for an hour and a half. Do people want to take a comfort break or just keep going? People need to take a break for 5 minutes, we can do that. Yeah?
Yes is here.
Yep. Yeah, okay, should we just adjourn until 4:10 and then we'll crack on to the end? Thank you.
So could I just ask a quick way? Are we finished with viability? Because Mr. Aspinall can go then. Thank you.
4 and the hearing is resumed. We've got a couple of topics to do and a few other smaller questions. It's possible we might be pushing 5 o'clock by the time we finish. Is there anyone here that needs to be away at a certain time and wants to talk in particular about a certain thing? Because if so, we can bring that forward. If people need to get away, because we've all got lives outside of this. We do. We do. Okay, well, if that's not an issue, that's fine. But if it is an issue, please just let us know and we'll deal with it. Oh, we got Ward, yeah.
Thank you. It was just done because you'd moved on past question 145. And my comment really was, I don't think the South Worcestershire Council's answered your question in what would be the implication if there was no railway station. They continue to aspire that there's a railway station. And I think I would like a proper answer to that, because for us, if there's no station, there's no sustainable development. And the plan then is not sound and robust, because you can't guarantee or you can't estimate that the station will be in place, because you don't know when the signalling work will go ahead.
Thank you. We'll give Mr. McLeod the opportunity to answer that, but it might be that we have the views we have. That's as far as we can go. We'll just have to take it away and work it out.
I mean, probably it's just whether in terms of the transport modelling, again, because of the scale of this development, we haven't assumed internalisation or any significant modal shift to train at all. So the transport modelling has been predicated on no internalisation rate and no modal shift share over to rail. So it's been, again, as I said with the previous site, Frogmorton, it's effectively a worst case scenario with the transport modelling.
Okay, in any event, the site of the railway station is safeguarded because its delivery is dependent upon external bodies and other funding, I suppose. But the plan is going to do as much as it can do in actually securing the site for the station. The actual implementation of the station depends upon Network Rail and the government ultimately in terms of funding. I think that's as far as we can go with that. With that is the position. I don't think we'll get a better, we won't get any more definitive answer than that, because I don't think there is one. I know where your question's coming from. I know how they're trying to answer it, and we'll just work it all out, if that's okay. Okay, thank you. Mr. Kell, briefly on this point, so I don't really want to go back.
Yeah, very briefly, I didn't mention about buses, but I did just want to say we obviously would like the railway station. We do have some concerns about this bus strategy. Obviously, you've got to have people using it. There is a very great difference between providing a bus and providing a railway line. A difference in the time that it's going to take to get to Worcester, difference in where people can get to. So we have had concerns about how well this is connected, and also to the active traffic in terms of there are significant barriers between here and getting to Worcester, for example, if you're cycling. So we do have some concerns. And the last issue, I don't know where this gets us to, but the last issue that we would have in terms of it, and now I've forgotten what I was going to say there, so I shall leave it at
I'm wondering whether it's about our questions concerning significant impacts on the transport network. Is that the transport point you were alluding to earlier on? You wanted to come back to it. Maybe it may not be. We've already touched on this in part through various questions. In fact, Mr. McLeod's last answer was telling us a bit about the transport modelling and the assumptions built in. We have the council's view on potential effects of development on the transport network. You want to say anything else at this point? If not, we'll open it up, and maybe Mr. Kell can remember his point.
I have remembered my point. My point is, and we may have got to it, but my point is where do we end up if the bus service for 5 years, it then isn't viable, but we haven't yet had the railway? Where does that leave us if we get to the point where we're between having the bus service guaranteed and getting the railway station? And that's something that can happen depending on how many people actually use this bus. It may be a hypothetical and an unanswerable question, but it's in my head.
Well, it's questions that we often hear in inquiries when these sort of things are dealt with and considered in some detail. I think it's matters for the Highway Authority and the councils, matters for transport planning processes and Section 106 agreements, etc. at the development management stage, I think, but I'm happy to take views on it, Woodland.
Yes, so just on the bus point again, not to sort of go over the same ground. We have been through quite a lot of detail with the operator and the council in terms of the likely demand, not just from the future future development, but also the existing demand between Great Malvern and Worcester, and that sort of underpins a lot of the viability work going forward, especially at the break-even point at the moment. It's been suggested, like I say, around the 5-year time.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other points on the transport issues that people came here today with thought of making and haven't yet made? Mr. Codd?
I think it comes back to a very local, there were two local problems. So the first is in relation to Claphill Lane. And anecdotally, we've been told in relation to the A44 Bromyard Road that a roundabout is required in order to access the employment land and houses that are being built the other side of the A44, just outside of the parish. Now, I know the parish council had previously been sent notification and a map saying Claphill Lane will close during the development stage of that roundabout. And so far there's a lacuna in terms of whether or not that will reopen in its present form. And so it goes, I don't think anyone can answer the question as to whether that lane is going to be safe to open in a two-way. So I would pose the question, A, have you seen a map and why not? And do you know the answer to that question? And certainly ask you to find out. But also, if there is going to be a structural change to it, it calls into question the viability of the traveller site at the top of Claphill Lane, because potentially that is open to travelling show people who have a larger category of vehicles. Bransford Road has a weight limit of 7.5 tonnes on it. How do they access that site? And I don't think we have a proper definitive answer, and I don't think you'll get a proper definitive answer during the course of this programme. It comes back to the robustness and the soundness of that plan. You're being asked to base it on hypotheticals and unknowns, and that's not the basis of a sound plan.
Okay, we'll see if the councils are in a position to answer your detailed question now. If not, maybe that's something they could respond to offline. It's the same with the weight limit point. I'm not a highways engineer, but some weight limits are there because of the absolute limits on structures. Others are there to prevent certain types of vehicles, and so you have access permitted type weight limits. And I don't know the details on this particular road, but does the council had any consideration as to whether a weight limit could preclude travelling show people's vehicles, so lorries, HGVs, etc.?
I'm not aware that that would be a constraint. So, I mean, just to give you assurance, we've looked at these, but all the access points in detail with the county council, and we don't see any impediment to the delivery of these access points for the development. So all of them have been looked at, modelled as part of the scheme, and we're satisfied in principle that they would work.
Okay, is that a matter you could talk to Mr. Codd about offline?
Always happy to have a conversation with the parish council.
Well, I still think the answer to the question is nobody quite knows whether or not that entrance is going to be altered. And I'd simply ask the question before you conclude your plans, have a definitive answer and see a plan, because I don't think one exists as to what the difference to the structure of that access will be. And I don't think we're getting an answer to whether or not anybody knows that. The reason being is that the planning and structure in that, I think, is in the gift of the developer rather than the local authority for that particular housing site who will construct and plan that particular access.
Tullis?
Yeah, so I was just going to say, if there is a discussion on that point taken offline, I'd be quite keen to hear the outcome as well, if possible, please.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a second point on transport. I don't know
Okay.
whether anyone else was responding to it. The second point is about Bransford Lane and the siting of specific infrastructure. Bransford Road, sorry. We already have that as a rat running problem, and the assumptions in the plan are that people will use the new roundabout towards the station to avoid cutting through the village. I would say that's a flawed assumption because people already use it. And what you're creating are pinch points that I don't think have properly been assessed, because you're adding an additional primary school, and we'll come on to that in a moment, where people will abandon their cars as they currently do around the village, and also the risk that people abandon their cars around the village to avoid parking charges at the station if it's built. And I don't think there's been a proper and fully robust assessment of the impact to children and the safety that that creates, because large parts of Bransford Road and Claphill Lane don't have pavements, or a pavement that is insufficient. There are no crossing points. There's not pavement on either side of the road in large areas. So there's going to be a crossing and recrossing issue that's a fixed, static problem that you can't solve because that's the space that's there now. And I don't see how that's properly been taken into account in terms of those transport safety issues in the modelling.
Thank you. Well, the local plan sets out the broad questions of policy. The detailed transport assessments would come through the development management process. I don't know if Mr. McLeod wants to add anything to that.
No, I think these are sort of detailed DM matters, really. I mean, there's be a whole range of local improvements, including access around the school and pedestrian safety around the school, but those would be considered as part of the detailed DM stage.
Okay, thank you. Are we safe to move on from transport now? Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we've covered the affordable housing percentage issue. We've discussed that in and around other things. I think we've got enough information on that, and there's enough, and there's a lot of written evidence too. We discussed the net density question. It's come up several times. So moving on to the educational requirements. I think those are set out now in a statement of common ground, but maybe Mr. McLeod could explain where the point reached in at the moment in terms of what the expectations would be.
Thank you. So the requirements mainly relate to primary school provision. So Rushwick generates a requirement of 48 pupils per year group at primary level. The County Council delivers primary schools in whole form 30 pupils. Therefore, 48 pupils represents a 1.6 form entry at primary school, which would result in 2 FE provisions, and that is reflected in the approach and the policy.
Thank you. Woodland.
Thank you, sir. So there is an area of disagreement in the statement of common ground as far as the provision of the primary school is concerned. At the moment, the wording requires a 2-form entry primary school. The evidence that that Barwood Land have provided, reference appendix 2, I think it is, of the response to the MIQs, and that's a report by EFM, sets out that the requirement for, in terms of the proposal, and therefore the 1,000 units, is that there is only a requirement for a 1-form entry primary school. So we've suggested that the wording or reference to 2-form entry is deleted, and the discussion continues with the Education Authority about what the appropriate size of the school should be as part of the development control process. So to conclude, there is no evidence at the moment to say that the 1,000 units requires a 2-form entry, so therefore the wording ought to change in our opinion.
I could bring in the County Council on that point, please. Maybe you can explain how the figures are reached.
Just before we go to Ms. Barker, I just wanted to clarify what the policy actually says, because it's deliver land for and a financial contribution towards a new school. So it's not asking for the additional provision, it's the land plus financial contribution that the modification addresses. So, and obviously I'll hand you over to Ms. Barker to say how the calculations are made.
Thank you. So the County Council's calculations are that it generates 340 primary age pupils that are needed. That is short of the two form of entry, but it's higher than one form of entry. So what we've set out is a proportional contribution through the Section 106 agreement with the places that are not required from the development, and the cost of those are picked up by the county council, so that we're not overcharging the developer. Obviously, should the number of dwellings change, the pupil numbers will also change correspondingly.
Okay, so the contribution is decided really at the point the planning permission is granted based upon the circumstances then, which may change from where we are today.
That's correct.
So it's inevitably, so the plan would not be prescriptive because it could very soon be out of date, up or down, due to factors we don't control.
I think the only point we'd make in addition to that, so is we obviously need the land here for the school. So, and I appreciate the point on, it's a calculation that you make at a particular point in time. We had a similar discussion yesterday, but equally we need to deliver the land for the expanded school. So that's why that additional detail is included within that.
Which criterion is that?
So it's criterion 5, so in section D. D Roman 5. So it's deliver land for and a financial contribution towards a new centrally located two-form entry primary school.
Does it need to say two-form, or is it one of these? I mean, is there the evidence to be that specific at the moment? It may be, it may not be. We don't. There's no definitive answer at the moment. It's somewhere between the two, isn't it?
So I think, so at the moment we're saying it's 1.6. I think the critical bit that the policy has to achieve is identifying the land requirements for the school. We accept that there's a calculation which would need to be made, but as Ms. Parker said, that calculation could go up as well as down, and we'd agree with your point on that. If there's wording in there which can achieve the same outcome without specifically referencing two-form, that's fine, but I think the critical bit is the policy has to deliver the land for the school itself,
so it's big enough.
And the contribution as well, so it is big enough to accommodate the growth coming forward.
Well, I think one possible way of doing it would be to use the wording that's set out in the legal test for planning obligations, about necessity, etc., and actually use to provide provision for land and/or contributions towards education contribution that are necessary, etc., at the point of time the planning permission is granted, or wording along those lines, because that is the test that will be applied through planning obligations anyway. And if there's any dispute and it falls to one of my colleagues, that is what they'll be looking at.
It's a fair point. So I think we don't have a principal issue with that. So it's the key point for us is we recognise the need for school provision on this site. There'll be a discussion at a point in time as to what that proper contribution is. But as long as we've got something in there recognising that the land needs to come forward as part of this scheme, that's absolutely fine.
In respect to other proposals, it does say that, my words, the view of the county council is that at this time it is this. This will be assessed in full at the time that the planning application is considered. I mean that's explanatory text. It's a factual thing, and it's just setting out that context. But just explaining that actually the ultimate figure will depend upon circumstances at the time, because there is this monitor and manage approach to education provision that is coming through the plan. Maybe just reflect that. Does that seem reasonable?
That seems entirely reasonable to us, particularly, it has to be assessed at the time the application is being determined, particularly given the rate at which pupil numbers are dropping across the board at the moment. It has to be that. So we'd be entirely comfortable with those suggestions, sir.
So can I just make one point here, please? As I understand it, what the county council is saying is that you don't have a 1.6 form entry school. You either have a 1 form entry or a 2 form entry. And on the calculations at the moment, as far as they're concerned, it's a 1.6 form entry school. So land needs to be reserved to accommodate what would be required. So that would be, on their analysis, a 2 form entry. subject obviously to negotiations subsequent, but it's the reservation of the land to accommodate up to a 2 form entry, which needs to be in the policy, and then that can be subsequently discussed through through the planning application process, through 106 obligations, which would mean that they would simply be contributing to a 1.6 form entry school. But it's the land reservation that is necessary, I think, at this stage to allow that to happen.
Okay, so
that
the
is
intention
necessary.
would be to have a 2 form entry school, part of which may be funded from something else.
Yes,
That's what
yes,
Ms. Bowyer-
indeed,
yeah,
indeed, yes.
Agreed. Coming back to your suggestion, in terms of the wording that you suggested, I think that your suggested wording still covers that issue. There is absolute agreement from Barwood to provide the land for the school. The size of that land covering will have to be assessed with the Education Authority at the time the application has been determined. We agree it won't be a 1.6 form entry. It might be a 1.5, it might be a 2. We don't know yet.
Okay. Well, I think we've set out our views. We're happy to take that away. But if the councils want to, without prejudice basis, draft an amended set of main modifications to cover those, we've got the various views and we'll see where we end up with that. Parish Council?
Yeah, it's just a matter for clarification. Are the calculations from, which are 2 different ones, from Worcestershire County Councils and from Barwood, what are they based on? Are they based on 1,000 or 1,200 houses?
If you want to come back on that.
If I understood that correctly, I think you were asking whether or not our assessment is based on 1,000 or 1,200. It's based on 1,000 at the moment, and it would have to be assessed again if we do increase our numbers to 1,200.
Mr. Cloud?
I think the slight difference here is it is a land point, and if you the county council's calculations, it would be I think quite difficult to get us below needing less than 1 form entry. So I think we're looking currently at 1.6. So when Ms. Barker said you obviously have to top that up to get that to which the county would obviously fund, but the specific point in relation to this one is we do need the land for a 2 form entry, and I think that's what we've just got to be slightly careful of here. That I appreciate that can be open to discussion further down the line, but we would say there's clear evidence now to say we're going to need that land reserved for that purpose. Now we feel the wording gives that flexibility, and to be clear, we're just saying Barwood will pay their proportionate amount regardless of that. But we feel it's very likely we would need to safeguard the land for 2 form entry, because it's going to be very difficult to get the numbers of children from this development into 1 form entry.
Okay, I've got that point clearly. It's a helpful point from the parish council about if the numbers went up. I think it depends upon the housing mix as well. Is that a factor in the calculations, the type of housing?
That's correct. In terms of the pupil product ratio, we don't normally include 1-bedroom dwellings on obviously any sort of specific provision for older people within the calculations. So yes, that would be taken into account.
Potentially there could be an additional number of primary pupils if the numbers were to go up beyond 1,000, which perhaps is, for us is further justification for making, from your point, the 2 form, making sure there's enough land for the 2 form entry. Because I think that's a reasonable point, isn't it? Yeah.
I still think that your wording covers it, sir, but yes, I agree with you on that.
Okay, thank you. Parish Council, you brought it up.
Yeah, it's just to follow up, just say that, I'd echo that, it's the land allocation that is pertinent here, rather than the actual size of the school that's being delivered.
Thank you. Mr. Codd?
Just a point of clarification, because it reads in the master plan and indeed the current planning that there would be 2 separate schools with a single form entry. Is that where the confusion arises? Is the existing school to be demolished and amalgamated into one school with 2 form-entry, or are there 2 separate schools on the same road, 500 metres apart?
I'll leave that to the educational experts.
So I can just confirm that the existing school will remain as is, and this is an additional school that we are talking about to accommodate the pupils arising as a result of the new development.
I think I'd just follow up on the strategic planning element of this. In the response to the questions then, it says that current Rushwick School is, the site is too small to allow any further expansions. It sits immediately in front of the proposed development housing plan and backs onto it. I'm a little unclear as to the basis then for having 2 separate schools so close to each other, and the risk that that creates a sink school, effectively, that it's neglected and not financially viable as parents choose a second alternative school.
It's really a matter for the Education Authority and/or Academy Trust. I'm not sure what decision how schools are run in Worcestershire, but do you want to comment on that, or just maybe take that point away?
If I just comment very briefly, that the pupil numbers have been assessed with the retention of the existing school and with the new school, and our belief, and the policy reflects this, is that they are both needed.
I'd just come back on that. It comes back to the soundness and robustness of which this has all been planned. That we have a strategic reserve for the railway site. We're preserving the land. I don't understand the logic as why you wouldn't preserve the land behind the existing primary school and create one school in the local area that all the children can access, rather than those 2 competing schools, which you know that creates an ebb and flow. To give you an example, the current school is 54 children short of its maximum allocation in one of the years. There's only 12 children. There is a real risk as parents favour another school, as they often do, that you create an unsustainably financial situation for one of the other schools because of the proximity that they are to each other. I don't understand the logic as to why we've got to this point when there's an obvious solution to extend and safeguard land behind the existing school that could be expanded into one single site. That would minimise some of the risks around the children and the transport issues as well.
I think that's a detailed matter for the Education Authority. Just to ask a question, so what account is taken of existing school roles and capacity in your calculations to derive at the 1.6 plus form-entry?
So we use a standard, so in terms of the housing, we use a standard pupil product ratio, which indicates how many children we expect to come forward from the new development. We then look at the schools within the statutory walking distance of 2 miles to assess what places are available. And from that, we then undertake the projection, because obviously we net off the spaces that are available. Now, it is the projection in this instance that the existing Rushwick Primary will be full in some or all of the years, and that is why we need the new school. In terms of the existing primary school site, there isn't the ability to expand that school any further. It has been expanded, and that site hasn't got the ability to expand further. It is the proposal to provide the new school, and that will offer parental choice as to which school they would like their children to go to. I think the additional point I would make is that, as we've said throughout this, it is always subject to monitor and manage, because we don't want to over-provide school places, and we always want schools to be viable.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make a point about secondary school, if we're happy to move on to that. Or you can...
As we're here, yes.
So the secondary school options are primarily considered being in Malvern. The anecdotal evidence is most of the children are now going to Christopher Whitehead's almost exclusively now from Rushwick, because it's walkable and the transport links simply aren't there to Malvern. It links to some of the other points in terms of the active travel planning. The safe cycle routes that are provided by this plan are internal within the environs of Rushwick and don't extend properly beyond that. And I don't think the plan, in terms of considering the fact that the massive flow of children will be to Christopher Whitehead because of the transport links, and there is no safe way for a child to cycle there without going on a road that involves HGVs, and that's not been considered at all within the active transport planning element of it, and I would say that's a significant deficit.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. Want to come back on that?
Thank you, sir. And obviously the bus interchange will provide a direct link into Malvern and convenient access to the school, and obviously for secondary school children, that would be an acceptable mode of travel.
Thank you.
Also, we'll take away the points about the two schools and have a look at that in detail. I think it is probably for the next stage, but we're more than happy to have further conversations on that. We can see the points being made there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on then. I think we've covered the specific transport requirements question for our discussions on transport. So I think we can move on from that one. So it takes us probably to one of our last substantive questions, and that's about the provision of a travelling show people site that is somewhat detached from the rest of the allocation geographically. Reminds me of some parishes I once dealt with, which had a section in the middle of someone else's parish known as detached, which is quite bizarre. But, the questions really come from, we understand what the need is. We'll be discussing the need, looking at the need for a provision for travelling show people on another day. We've got the views of Barwood Land about the inclusion of that in the site, because I think I'm right in saying it's not something you would be delivering. Okay. Got the views of, on behalf of Bellway, who I think control the land, is that right?
Yeah, just thought it'd be useful to clarify the comments that we've put in writing. So Bellway have got an option agreement covering both sites, north and south of the 84103. And for contractual reasons, that travelling show people site just can't come forward on its own, because they're contractually obliged to promote the site for housing, for residential. So obviously it does change things if there's an ancillary use. So if the southern site came forward for residential, it'd be easier contractually for the northern site to come forward for travelling show people. But as it stands, it's not available, so it's not effective.
So that leaves us with a couple of questions, really. It's whether, in principle, the site is deliverable, developable, and justified should be in the plan. And we've got the council's view on that. There's also, if we were to agree with the council, how it should be dealt with in the plan, whether it's actually effective to include it as part of this allocation, or whether it should be separated out in its own right. Would it be delivered? Is the intention it would be delivered by, who would deliver it?
So the site has had strong interest from the travelling show people community. There's an existing community who considered the site to be a good location. They've already entered into some pre-application discussions with us on it. Early stages in terms of that, but they are very keen on it. It's a location they think it works well for them. I mean, we understand, Bellway have taken, as I understand, options, knowing full well that it's allocated for this purpose. That's entirely up to them. But the council, we need to meet a need for travelling show people. We feel we have the ability to deliver this site. We have funding through Section 106 agreements available from the urban extensions in Worcester specifically to deliver these sites. And ultimately, if Bellway weren't prepared to bring this site forward, we would use that to consider our CPO powers to bring it forward for this use.
Thank you. Turley?
Yeah, I would just probably just question the use of CPO powers for a site of this scale, of that nature. I'm not sure if the public benefits necessarily justify the process, but it's probably just drawing attention to the evidence around when it's actually needed by as well. It's needed within the first 5 years. So I just don't think that process is compatible with the.
Thank you. Well, we'll be coming back to the issue of need on another day. I mean, there's some questions for us about deliverability. There's also, as part of the wider context, it's the bill that was published yesterday, the day before, that includes potentially different CPO powers. We'll see what ultimately becomes legislation. But the government certainly wants to, I think, simplify the process somewhat. But that's one for the future. We'll have to see if there's any progress on that through Parliament in the next, or during the time we're considering the plan. But I think there's a number of things for us to really take away and think about. But we'll come back and talk about the need on another day. Do you want to add anything, Mr. McLeod, at this point?
Probably nothing further action at this stage. I
think it would possibly help us if we had some more information on the council's ability to actually deliver the site. You mentioned Section 106 monies, whether that would be adequate to do that, whether there's been any costing or whatever. Maybe it's something to reflect upon. We can come back to in this section on gypsy travellers and travelling show people.
Absolutely. So yeah, we'll get the information together, but there's certainly been financial contributions secured through the Worcester extensions, and obviously that would provide us with the funding necessary to bring this site forward. So yeah, absolutely. We're committed as an authority to meet the needs of gypsy and travelling show people.
Okay.
In terms.
Are you, Turley's coming back to that session? I can't remember if you're a participant or not.
Yeah, we'll be there for Matter 7.
Okay. Okay, so if you're able to pull anything together before, we can include that as an examination document, and if we need to, we can come back and discuss it then.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be good. Thank you.
Okay, do you anything more you want to add now, or any of the participants around the room on this question? Because there's some things for us to think about. I just want to make sure everyone's said what they want to say.
No, I think we can leave the rest of it to Matter 7. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Right, the next couple of questions were about the historic environment, how that figured in the consideration of the site and the concept plan. There's been some discussion about that already today. Does anyone have anything else they wish to add on that? We have written evidence too. This is your chance. Yeah. No? Okay. And finally, we posed a question about potential effects on the Severn Estuary SAC and Ramsar site, I think, but also the team SSSI. There's a proposed name modification deals with that, I think. As I'm dreamt it. I think it's in response to Natural England, wasn't it?
Sorry, so yes, that's correct. So we proposed a modification to the reason justification of para 3.23, reference made to the inclusion of functionally linked water in the policy as a main modification in reflection of the statement of common ground in Natural England.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that gets us to the end of our questions. I think we have explored what we need to explore, and we have the information we need to have, and as far as we have it. Has everyone said what they came here thinking they were going to say today? Because if not, I'm very happy to give you the chance before we close for the day. No? No? Okay. Well, thank you very much for your contributions. we'll probably see some, well, we are going to see some of you again in other sessions. We'll adjourn there and we will resume a week on Tuesday. Thank you.